during the meeting today. This meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be recorded except where they are confidential or exempt items. If any member of the public attending the meeting objects to being filmed, please advise us immediately and we will ensure they are not included in the filming. Members of the public and the press may record, film or photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. If you are intending to do so, please could you inform the committee clerk. May I please request that mobile phones are on silent or switched off and your laptops are switched to silent. If you hear the fire alarm, please leave the building immediately via fire exit and make your way round to the assembly point at Ipswich Town Football Ground. So I'll start with the introductions. We have the area planning manager Gemma Walker here, our legal advisor Adela Lurk, the case officer Avril Gowdy, Alex Scott and Daniel Cameron, who's not here quite yet, and the governance officers Mandy Smith and Beth Webb. And I'll move straight to the agenda, thanks. So item number 1, apologies for absence and substitutions. Do we have any apologies for absence?
Yes, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillor Mansell and Councillor Overett is substituting.
Thank you. Item number 2, to receive declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests and other registrable or non-registrable interests by members. Are there any other interests to declare? And I will just declare one with, I know that the first one, Fennings Farm, I know the applicants. Right, agenda number 3, are there any declarations of lobbying? Are there any to declare? I know that I've been lobbied on the I one for certain. Is there any other people who've had any lobbying from any other? Okay, cool, thank you. Item number 4, declarations of personal site visits. Are there any to declare? So straight on to item number 5 then, MPL/25/01, confirmation of the minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on 7th of May 2025. Are there any points regarding the accuracy of the minutes? Could I have a proposer, please? Thank you, Councillor Elkin. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Warboys. A governance officer will now conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that is now in progress on the app. Councillor Morgan, can I take your vote verbally? Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's 4 votes for and 2 abstentions, so that's passed.
Thank you very much. The minutes of the meeting have been confirmed and will be signed later. Item number 6, to receive notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
Sorry, none received, Chair.
Thank you. Item number 7, the schedule of planning applications. So we'll start with 7A, DC/25/00494494 Fennings Farm, Pixie Green, Stradbroke, Suffolk. I'll now invite Avril Gowdy to introduce the application to the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. So the application as submitted is under section 73 for the variation of condition 19 to remove the community liaison requirement of an application granted for the erection of 6 poultry houses, which was approved on the 16th of August 2023. And the condition was added as part of the committee discussions for an odour management plan to be agreed, including the reporting and community liaison. So this is the aerial map. You can see here the existing buildings at Fennings Farm, and then this is the site of the 6 that were approved. The site is located to the southwest of Fressingfield and the northeast of Stradbroke. The existing site comprised of 9 poultry sheds. 5 of the new sheds are now operational, with the final one nearing completion. And in terms of this site location plan, you can see using the existing access to the south. And then in terms of constraints map, there's no constraints directly affecting the site. It is outside the settlement boundary, and you can see one listed building to the east. And this is the approved site layout plan. And these were taken from the committee presentation last time. So you can see the 9 existing sheds here, and the application site was this field parcel to the left. And then the same here. And this is the latest aerial, just taken off Google from 2025, so you can see the start of the construction works for the new units. And then turning to the condition wording, so this was the condition 19 as worded. So it essentially required that prior to occupation of the units, a scheme for the management of odours would be submitted to and approved to the local planning authority. And the details needed to include monitoring, reporting, community liaison, complaints process, and control measures and contingency plan. It was deemed when this condition was imposed that it met the 6 tests set out in the MPPG, and it does not duplicate the requirement for the reporting mechanism set by the Environment Agency permit, which the site operates under. This condition was discharged in November 24, and this is a summary of the approved details in respect of community liaison. So just to briefly cover those, it requires the meetings to be held every quarter for the first 2 years following the first use. Invitations are to be sent to Fressingfield and Stradbroke parish councillors, the ward councillor, and all residents within a 1 kilometre radius of the site entrance. Invitations are to be issued at least 3 weeks in advance of the meeting. After the first 2 years, future meetings will be not less than annual. Minutes are to be taken and issued to all attendees and parish councils and ward members should they choose not to attend. And at each meeting, attendees will be informed of the mechanisms in place for making complaints regarding odour, and they'll have the opportunity to raise any issues or questions they have over their experience of odour, and they'll be informed of any changes to the odour management plan. So the first meeting has now taken place on the 6th of March, and the next one is actually due to take place later today. And the recommendation is as set out in the papers to refuse the Section 73 application.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to the officer from the members? Councillor Penny?
Yeah, could you just outline the policies in the National Planning Policy Framework that show that we do not have to give permission for this?
In terms of there isn't any direct policies in the MPPF that speak specifically to community liaison, but the overriding sort of spirit of the MPPF is for community involvement in planning matters. So we're satisfied that it provides a valuable forum to discuss the issues. And we've got obviously a policy in the joint local plan for intensive sort of livestock, and we also now have our supplementary planning document that talks to this, and it expresses the need to provide particular care about sensitive environments and land uses next to sort of residential receptors.
Councillor Hardingham?
Thank you. I was just wondering, liaison meetings, do they give any opportunity to raise any other issues that residents may have about the site, for instance, lorry haulage routes or times of operation or anything else they might have concerns about?
I believe an agenda is sent round in advance, and we have had a copy of the minutes of the first meeting, and I believe it's sort of talked through odour specifically, but then obviously questions are opened up to the floor, so it would provide an opportunity to ask other questions related to the farm and its operations.
Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. Can I just check? I think the position of the parish councils is that 2 are happy if it doesn't continue, but one of them very much does want it to continue. Is that correct?
Yeah, so Fressingfield and Wingfield, we had comments back that either recommend approval or had no objection, but we did have an objection from Stradbroke Parish Council.
Yes, just to clarify, so I remember this application from when it was first introduced, and a key point of that was the actual rainwater harvesting. So that, to me, is part and parcel of odour control. So the council would be able to receive reports on how successful that rainwater harvesting was operating. Yes. Thank you.
Is there any other questions for the case officer? Okay, so we haven't got anyone here from any of the parish councils. We don't have any objectors or supporters, but we do have the agent here, Johnny Rankin and Charlie Davison. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Terry. Sorry, Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you. I'd like to progress further on the fact that 2 parish councils are happy with the removal of the requirement, and one didn't respond at all. Did the ones that did respond and were happy with this element to be removed, did they give any reasons?
No.
Like I almost said earlier, we're going to hear from, Councillor Overett.
Sorry, can you just confirm, is Stradbroke Parish Council the council where this is located?
It's in Stradbroke and Laxfield Ward. Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Hardingham.
Sorry, I mean, reading in here, it says that the Stradbroke Parish Council feels that condition 19 should remain as written and should not be varied. So the Stradbroke Parish Council, just as a point of accuracy, did object to the removal of the condition. Thank you.
Any other questions? So we will now move on with the agent and the applicant, Charlie Davison and Johnny Rankin. Are you going to both speak, or are you splitting up? You've got 3 minutes between you?
That's right, we'll split it, please.
Okay, cool, sure. So your 3 minutes start now.
Good morning. The planning consideration of this Section 73 application is limited. Simply, the odour liaison element of Condition 19 duplicates the odour management plan, which will remain in situ in the event you approve today, along with the Environment Agency permit, which the farm operates under. This duplication is contrary to paragraph 201 of the MPPF. The liaison element of Condition 19 is not otherwise considered necessary, enforceable or reasonable, such that it fails the tests of a condition. You will now hear from the applicant, who has undertaken liaison meetings to date, with the next meeting scheduled for tomorrow. The lack of liaison meetings will not halt the various routes for the public to liaise with the applicant, in person, by phone or email, or if preferred, via the Environment Agency as permit issuer for the poultry farm, who do not object to this application. I'll now pass you over to the applicant, Mr. Charlie Davidson.
Good morning. Firstly, I'd like to say we are open to meetings with our neighbours, but we cannot carry out the meetings, we believe, in the way prescribed within the wording of the condition. The case officer's report is misrepresentative of the meetings we are being required to hold as a result of the condition. They are specifically related to odour matters, and there are no other items for discussion on the agenda. The parish and district council are in attendance, so this cannot be an informal back and forth. The meetings are minuted and therefore cannot be informal, and is with referral to the council. The meeting the officer seems to be describing throughout your committee report of informal back and forth could not take place as prescribed by the wording of the condition, and the wording of the condition was made abundantly clear to us that it had to be as such for it to be discharged, and our hands were tied. And despite the best wishes and intentions of the penultimate paragraph of the conclusion of the committee report, we cannot receive complaints of odour, informal or not, and not take it through a formal process which may involve the Environment Agency. This would be to ask us to be in breach of an environmental permit. The condition arose after committee members made comments. The committee members were discussing odour because an odour review was made of reports by our parish council at the 11th hour. None of the experts had problems with the odour modelling at the initial stages of the application. It was also mentioned in your report that the initial planning application 6824 was controversial, resulting in objections from local parishes and neighbours. There were no objections from neighbours. I have had one complaint, however, since the extension of the farm and the new sheds being built. It was from our nearest neighbour who said, please stop giving me these letters. I don't want the invitations anymore. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll open the item up for debate then. Who would like to start? Councillor Penny.
Yeah, well, I think this committee has established the importance of a community liaison. Despite what the applicant has just said, there has been no offer of alternative community liaison meetings presented. So I would be minded to keep this condition present.
Anyone else? Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. I mean, I take the point that it feels a bit formal if you've got to have minutes and things like that, but there's a chicken processing plant in my ward. We have community liaison meetings. Somebody takes some brief notes, yes, there's an agenda, yes, there are minutes, but it's fairly informal. And it actually works incredibly well, and it's really been really helpful over the years. So if it's not hugely onerous, I appreciate it's organising a meeting, it takes time, but if it's not hugely onerous, I can't really see what the objection is to having it. My personal feeling is that it's useful, it meets the tests as our planning officers have suggested. I would personally be, I think, also minded to keep it where it is. I appreciate there's other routes through the Environment Agency that your permit comes through them, but just my own personal experience is that residents find that a bit more difficult to go to. I can't see why more community liaison is bad, actually. So, yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Thank you. Councillor Hardingham.
Yeah, the meetings are scheduled to occur 4 times a year for 2 years, and at the last of those 8 meetings, a future schedule will be established. So all parties can discuss, after 2 years of operation, how many meetings they want in the future. They could, I suspect, decide to suspend them altogether if there's been no trouble, or go over to having 1 meeting a year. This is a business with considerable administrative capacity, and I don't think it's an onerous ask that they should carry on with this, see it out for 2 years, and then jointly make a decision as to how many future meetings there will be and what frequency they are.
Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Overett.
Yeah, in my experience, it's the lack of systems of communication between parties that cause problems to escalate. That's for all parties. This feels like a relatively light touch programme of meetings to avoid that. So I'm also minded to go with the recommendation. Thanks.
Councillor Warboys.
Yes, I think at the time this application was quite innovatory in that the sort of rainwater harvest was a key issue, and that's part of the odour management. I think the fact that there are formal minutes of the meetings is a really useful reporting element. And we are, you know, as a planning committee, we are interested in these developments and how successful they actually operate. You know, we wish them the best in the world, but we would like to know that they're successful and that they're operating well. So that reporting mechanism, which is part of this formal meeting, I think is very important. So I would support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Elkin?
Thank you. So it's a question, if that's all right, probably for the officer. Is it, the applicant mentioned that he's got a neighbour who's being annoyed by because he doesn't want to take part. Is there a mechanism for somebody, one of the neighbours, to say, I'm fine, thanks, I'd like to opt out? And we don't want to have to require people to be contacted if they've chosen not to be contacted.
The approved details do have an appendix at the end of the liaison which sets out lists the properties within 1 kilometre. But I suppose if there's some sort of written agreement that they don't want that, then we wouldn't enforce that if they didn't get letters in the future.
So the applicant wouldn't be in breach if somebody says in writing, I'm fine, thanks, then that will be okay.
That would be.
Councillor Lawrence?
Yeah, I think we're only talking about another 6 meetings over the next 18 months, and then possibly dropping down to once a year. That is not too onerous requirement, I feel, on either the applicant, and even if this person that responded said, don't send me these letters, another 6 letters is nothing. You just pop through the door and chuck them in the bin. So I will be supporting the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Penny?
On hearing everyone's comments, I think we should just move to accepting the officer's recommendation, which I would like to do.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else like to speak before we go to the vote? So I will now ask the area planning manager to read out the proposal on the table before we go to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. So we are looking at refusal as set out on page 27 of the papers, and we're not proposing any alterations to the reasons set out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will now ask the governance officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is in progress. Just a reminder, a vote for is for refusal. Thank you. Can I take your vote verbally, Councillor Overett? For refusal. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. That is 7 votes for refusal and 1 abstention, so that's passed.
Thank you very much. We will just have a minute to let the public go out, and just a Thank you. So we shall.
Just a quick request. Is there anything that can be done about the sound? Apparently, some of our visitors are struggling to hear it.
We'll have to just make sure that can everyone just project and not have anything in front of their microphones.
We mentioned there's a hearing loop in this
Yes, there is a hearing loop as well. we can't turn it up anymore because otherwise we'll get feedback.
So moving on with item number 7B, DC/23/05536, land off Church Road, access via the garden of the Firs, Thurston. I'll now invite Alex Scott to introduce the application to the committee.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, item 7B, application reference DC/23/05536, land off Church Road with access via the garden of an existing dwelling known as the Firs onto Church Road and within the parish of Thurston. So the current application seeks approval of reserved matters relating to layout, landscaping, scale and appearance in relation to outline planning permission, reference DC/17/02782, the erection of 15 dwellings, including 5 affordable homes on the site. And that outline application was approved by Suffolk District Council Development Control Committee B on the 10th of July 2019. And it was formally granted by the Council following completion of the related Section 106 agreement on the 24th of December 2020. So the Section 106 attached to the permission already includes for a provision of on-site 5 affordable homes. That would be 2 affordable rented and 3 shared ownership affordable homes as required in the agreement. And that is further to the comments of your strategic housing officer in the report. So just to confirm that, and I have confirmed that with the applicant. The Section 106 agreement also includes financial contributions in terms of primary school and preschool contributions. And there's a raft of conditions also approved as part of the outline, which will be carried forward as part of this permission. The whole thing will be the planning permission. And it includes for the provision of a footway from the site, connecting the site to Thurston Village under the existing railway bridge to the north of the site. And I've got details of that as we go through the presentation for you. So just a preliminary matter, if I may. I've received various questions from members already regarding the length of time between the outline and reserved matters applications. And whilst it's been nearly 6 years between committees, your officers, we are confident that the applicant has met their time limit obligations as set out in Condition 1 of the outline approval. And I'm happy to address any further questions members may have today regarding that point specifically. So if we move to the presentation. So this is the location of Thurston within the district. Just points of reference, we have Bury St Edmunds here, Ipswich here, and the A14 connecting. And this is the approximate location of the site off Church Road at Stockholm Green, so just south of the railway line. And here's the railway station as a point of reference within Thurston. This is a constraints map of the site, so the blue area, Environment Agency flood zones 2 and 3, and that does cross an area which would be required to access. This has already been addressed at outline stage, and as part of the proposal there is a bridge to the existing ditch in that location, which has already been looked at and been given approval by Suffolk County Council Highways and Lead Local Flood Authority as well. So the site here edged in red. The hatched area here is the village settlement boundary. So we're outside of that area. However, bearing in mind that we're just dealing with matters of detail today, the principle has already been agreed by that outline planning permission. And the light green area is the agricultural land grade, that is grade 3, which is good to moderate. And the orange buildings here are grade 2 listed buildings within the landscape, and those are referred to in the officer report. Some aerial views for you. So this is an aerial view of the site in the context of Thurston Village and its surrounds, and just a closer zoomed in aspect there. So this is the site location plan. So as approved at outline, there is not and could not be any change to that as part of the reserve matters application. And onto the proposed layout. Now, this has been the subject of a lot of discussions with the applicant by your officers, and the general approach is an Arcadian layout, which is landscape-led. So just going through, so we have the access here via the Garden of the Firs, and that was approved in principle at outline stage and has been looked at quite carefully by officers at the local highway authority, Suffolk County Council, and they are they're accepting of what has been proposed. So we have the estate road running through the site, and then some branching estate roads to the individual dwellings themselves. In terms of the layout, so we have dwellings 1 to 7 will be single story, as is required by a condition of the outline approval. And just breaking down the bedroom numbers, so we'll have 6 two-bedroom dwellings, 2 3-bedroom dwellings, 3 4-bedroom dwellings, and 4 5-bedroom dwellings. And the larger 5-bedroom dwellings will be to the south of the site. We also have structural landscaping here, which has been negotiated for and will be subject to a condition, should you be minded to approve. This area here has been raised questions of what exactly is that. That is proposed currently to be a garden extension to the existing dwelling at the Firs, compensation for the access, presumed. But it is within the flood zone, so that is the reason there is no development within that particular area there. This area would be the garden of plot 1. And then we have public open space in this location with a play area to the centre. So that would be 0.34 of a hectare of public open space proposed. And we have the footpath that I mentioned, so from the site through the public open space, that would lead through here, the existing agricultural tract entrance, and then adjacent to the existing railway tunnel. And there's a footpath which has been already looked at outline stage and given approval, and that would connect under the railway line and connect into existing footpaths to Thurston Village, so residents could walk to village services and facilities under that. So the proposed landscape plan, landscaping part of reserve matters. So this has been looked at by your officers and landscape officers, and there's an item in the late papers from your landscape consultants just confirming no objections to the final layout and landscaping. So yes, we're happy with what's been proposed. What has been proposed. That is, I should say, finite detail of hedge mix. There was some concern raised. Principally by your ecologist, but we think that can be dealt with by way of a suitably worded condition, so that's our recommendation to you. Then going around the site, this is the 5-bedroom dwellings to the south, and you can see the structural landscaping belt there. Again, that will be part of the conditions. And the play area and proposed affordable dwellings here in relation to that, and then greater detail on the footpath, where that would lead in. And then the proposed access and how that would lead out onto Church Road, and various things, traffic calming, the bridged access, as already touched on. So this is the proposed off-site footpath works. So this is the end of the existing paved agricultural access track that would be utilised as part of this. The existing development at Woodlands Close. These are all bungalows. I have some photographs of that later on. And as you can see, the footpath would lead underneath the railway bridge, utilising existing verge, and there is sufficient space for that. That has already been looked at and assessed, and then some various signage which is proposed as part of that part of the development. So the front elevations, putting those all together for you. So we have plot 1, which would be as you come in, and this is plot 7. So these would be the market bungalows and triple cart lodge. A few of those proposed with some of the larger houses, particularly the 5-bedroom dwellings. And this hatched area indicates locations of possible solar panels. And then again, the final elevations. So we have the 4-bedroom dwellings here, 5-bedroom, and the affordable homes here, all to be a single-storey 2-bed, and the double cart lodges proposed in context. So yes, these are the full elevations and floor plans. We can go through these. So we have plot 1, plots 2 and 3. These would be affordable. 4, 5 and 6, terraced of 3 bungalows, again affordable. Plot 7, this would be a market bungalow. Plot 8, 9, 10, 11, and then the remainder, which will be the similar design, although half would be handed a mirror image of that, all the 5-bedroom dwellings. And the double cart lodge, garage, cart lodge, and some storage at first floor level. And then the 3-bay, so 1 secured bay, 2 open, external access up to the first floor, which is termed to be storage and possible home office space there for future occupants. Onto some photographs. So this is the location of the proposed access onto Church Road within the Garden of the Firs, and next to the access of the adjacent neighbouring dwelling at Lime Tree Barn. There's a closer visual of where that would be. This is the adjacent existing development at Woodlands Close. And the railway bridge, as mentioned, so the proposed footpath would be on this verge here, linking into the existing footpaths to the north, to the village, and there is sufficient space there, as mentioned. And so here we are walking back from that. We're now on the paved access, so this will be the location of the proposed footpath, existing dwellings at Woodlands Close there. So turning round from that and looking north, this is the existing field access to the site, which would be beyond. And just looking sort of southwest across the site, and you can see the existing tree planting to the site boundaries, and that would be retained and improved. So we are now looking interior to the site, at the rear of the dwellings at Woodlands Close, back towards Church Road. This is the railway line embankment, you can see off to the left. and then just turning the corner and existing tree line to the rear of the dwellings fronting Church Road, other dwellings. And then from that point, so we're now looking east to west across the site. And this is from the southern boundary looking north, so the railway embankment there, a couple of dwellings at Woodlands Close in the distance. And then from the far eastern side of the site, so you can see existing tree screening here to the south and east, so rear of existing dwellings there, and the proposed access would be approximately here. And so this is the northwest corner of the site facing east. And then from that same point facing south, existing tree screening again there for you. And this is looking out from the site to the part of the existing field which would be retained to the west. So that concludes the presentation. There are a few points to pick up in terms of table papers for you from Network Rail, from our landscape consultants, and a very late one from the Parish Council, which I hope has been picked up. But Officer, recommendation of approval as set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the members for the case officer? Councillor Elkin.
Thank you, Chair. I have quite a few, but I'll start. I know the access, I think, has been approved already, but if I understood correctly, it looks like it's in flood zone 2 and 3, went across the road access to the site. So I was just wondering what happens if the road's flooded. Is there any way in or out for residents of this new site or emergency vehicles? I appreciate that's not falling under reserve matters. I just wanted to ask what the plan is.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it has been piped and bridged and will be drained, so it won't increase flood risk. But in case of emergency, there is that agricultural access to the north, which you probably saw. It's paved. You could get a vehicle down there, and certainly there would be means of refuge for occupants. They could get out that way. So that is the plan.
Thank you. I had a second, if there's another drainage question. I think the report mentions that drainage is fine, but I just couldn't see much detail. Again, I may have missed it, but I couldn't see how it's being drained. I didn't see a suds basin, or if you could just explain how that's being dealt with, that would be brilliant.
Yeah, of course. So, drainage would be principally by swales, sustainable drainage systems, and they're adjacent to the main estate road. There isn't a flood risk draining, but even though it is, there is that flood zone through the site. As I understand all the reports, the site is well drained in a majority anyway. So, but it's all been reported. Applicants produced several detailed reports, and that's been checked out by lead local flood authority at Suffolk County Council. So we're relatively confident. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Morgan. Is there any other questions for the case officer? Councillor Lawrence.
I just wanted to ask who's going to take responsibility for the playground, children's play area. Will that be passed to the parish council in the end, or who's going to maintain it?
That is set out and secured in the Section 106 agreement, and if I'm recalling correctly, I believe the parish will be taking this on. Yes. Yeah.
Councillor Hardingham.
Well, it's just for a point of clarity, really. The Network Rail letter refers to a bridge, a single-track bridge over which lorries will be passing for the construction of the site, and I don't quite understand where the bridge is. I mean, presumably they'll be coming in under the railway bridge through the bridge that you showed us in the photograph, and entering via the new site entrance?
Well, all this detail will be covered in the construction management plan. I can't confirm that to you because I don't have the details, I'm afraid. But yeah, we would want to make sure that that was all safe and secure.
Councillor Morgan.
Hello. I'm not sure whether there are two things. First of all, do you know when the aerial photographs were taken? Because they don't look up to date to me, but that was one. Whether you could possibly.
It does say 2025. So quite when in 2025, I don't know, but that is the reference on the photographs.
Thank you very much. And I mean, do we know any details about timing-wise as to when, or is it when it might start this development? Because in relation to the railway bridge, I do know, and there are a lot of other developments going on, and there are issues which I'm sure we're going to hear about relating to it.
Well, yes, I mean, should you be minded to approve, the developer would have 2 years in which to make a start. But there are also lots of other conditions with timescales. So there's sequentially, there will be, yes, there will be, things have to happen first before others.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Overett.
Thank you. Yeah, you mentioned a last-minute submission by the parish council. Apologies, I'm not sure that I've seen that. The latest one I can see is 13th of May.
Mandy has that, and we can. I can ask her to read it out as there's no one here from the parish council. If you'd like to hear that in full.
Yeah, can I just check that whether the requests by the Mid-Suffolk Disability Forum have been met in these reserved matters? Do you want me to go through them, or?
As you will.
It's all footpaths at least 1,500 millimetres wide, drop curbs, all totally level with roads and paths, and all surfaces firm, durable and level with no loose gravel or cobbles.
Yes, as I understand, that's all been met. There were no objections through their last comments, I don't think. As per the policy requirements, 50% of the dwellings would be Part M4 compliant, so they would be adaptable for disability. So we're relatively confident, yes.
Yeah, just a couple of questions in relation to the footpath. I'm very pleased to see a separate footpath that's not just following the line of the road. However, I note that there isn't any provision for cycle use. And my other question relates to the footpath that's planned to go underneath the bridge. I presume highways will be responsible for delivering this. Being aware of several other failed such infrastructure plans in Thurston, are there any guarantees that this will actually happen?
Well, just to confirm, yeah, there's not a formal cycleway as part of this, so that's not part of the proposal. In terms of how it would be constructed, I believe that would be on the developer, and they would have to instruct highways to do the works, or highways would have to supervise those works. Whether it's deliverable, all I can say is I've had no objections from County Highways, and they seem satisfied. That's all I can say, I'm afraid.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Elkin?
Thank you. Do we have any more detail about the play area? I think Public Realm said that they, I'm not sure if that's the most up-to-date comment, but they were sort of querying the details of it. So I just wondered if we knew what ages it was for, or what sort of surfacing.
Well, it would be a locally equipped area for play, which is sort of the middle stage, if you will. So it's larger than the smallest, certainly. We don't have precise details of that, but we're recommending a condition, and Public Realm seemed satisfied with that, so that's the recommendation.
Can I come back?
Absolutely, yeah.
I think what I'm getting at is, does it have plastic grass? Because it wasn't obvious from the design, so I don't know if that would be picked up later on if that is proposed as a surfacing material.
Well, that would be for your officers to negotiate through a discharge of conditions application. But yes, it's certainly something we can note and take forward, I think.
Thank you.
Is there any more questions for the case officer? Go on, Councillor Alton.
Sorry, I did say I had a lot. It was about the railway letter. They'd mentioned various things they wanted to see, and I just wondered, does that have to be do they need to be conditioned? So I can't remember off the top of my head what they were asking for, but is that all covered already, or does it need to be added?
So I'll just remind myself of that letter, excuse me.
It was in the table papers, I think, and I think the phrase, they just had various things they were asking to happen in terms of detail of how, basically I think they were worried about the footpath running alongside the railway and how there was going to be, public safety was going to be assured. That was my understanding of it. And they'd asked for various kind of things to be put in place. They didn't really specify what they wanted, but I didn't know if there was a condition already saying, that the detailing of that has to be agreed, or whether we needed to add something.
Yes, well, I think Councillor Hardingham picked up on this point, and that's the use of construction traffic under that brick arch under the railway line, so they're a little bit concerned about that. We have a construction management condition anyway, so we would take comments under consideration when we're considering and approving that.
I'd understood it to be more about public access, that I think the railway's up here and the site is down here. Basically they don't want kids scrambling up the bank and getting onto the railway. So is that, presumably there will be fencing put up if there isn't already.
Yes, well, I think just notes for the developer to have regard to that. I don't know if we could put a condition if it was a significant concern.
I think we are stuck in that we've got the construction management plan, which includes the delivery of construction vehicles to the site, and how that operates with the railway would be part of that as far as we can. And then in terms of finalising the design for the footway, that would be with Suffolk County Council. Okay. So any details would be sort of separate to the planning process. It would be probably a Section 278 agreement, I would anticipate. So they would look at how they delivered that alongside Network Rail at that time, I think.
Thank you.
Councillor Hardingham.
Sorry, but I'm going to come back to this bridge. The wording of the letter states, goes on, the need for consideration of a construction traffic utilising the existing single narrow lane brick arch bridge that crosses over the railway. Now, is that a mistake in their letter?
I can't answer whether it's a mistake in their letter, but there is a narrow single-tracked bridge from Thedworcester Road, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, which is to the west of the site. Whether Network Rail are anticipating traffic would come in, cross the railway, come along through Thurston and then cross back under the railway, I don't know, but I would suggest there are a couple of entirely plausible and acceptable routes for construction traffic coming off the A14 without crossing the railway at all, potentially, by coming up through Thurston Planch and Stockwell Green itself. Thank you for nodding there, Alex. Yes. So I'm not entirely sure whether that is an error, There is certainly a bridge that relates to that, but I'm not convinced there would be a need to use it, and we would certainly look at that through our construction management plan, that the type and size of any vehicle that might come over or under any of the bridges was appropriately dealt with. But that's the only one I can think of that it might apply to.
Are there any other questions for the case officer? Thank you. We'll move on to the public speakers then. And as we've got no one here actually from the parish council, as you heard, we had a late submission last night, so I shall ask Amanda to read that out.
So the statement received from the parish council reads, the parish council remains supportive of the reserved matters proposal in terms of scale, layout, appearance and landscaping, which are deemed to be in accordance with the adopted Thurston Neighbourhood Development Plan. It is felt that the overall layout of the development accords with the requirements to ensure that proposals coming forth design high quality buildings and deliver them in layouts with high quality natural landscaping in order to retain the rural character and physical structure of Thurston.
Thank you very much. And we have no objectors here and no supporters, but we do have the agent, Mr. Leslie Short. Thank you. You have 3 minutes as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Leslie Short of Artisan Planning, agent to the applicant. The principle of the residential development of this site for 15 dwellings was settled almost 6 years ago when planning permission and outline was granted by this council. I rehearse that because many, if not all of the objections made in the context of the current application seem to be concerned with that principle. So we are not here today to consider principle. We are here to consider the detail of the proposed development and its acceptability in terms of its design proposals and technical proficiency. In respect of the latter, I think we can reasonably claim that over the past 2 years, the applicant has successfully addressed each and every technical objection made by consultees and others. This reserved matters submission presented to you today represents well over 2 years of work by the applicant's development team and your officers during which time the scheme has been substantially revised and altered to accommodate the representations of consultees, including the parish council, as well as those living in the area. That engagement has been fundamental to the process and a key input to the scheme's design rationale and evolution. The submitted design demonstrates how key designers have considered the site's constraints and opportunities in context and delivered a design which is sensitive in its handling of scale, layout, access, appearance, external spaces and connectivity. The proposed development offers sustainable, energy-efficient new homes in a low-density landscape setting. It offers a development which is different from the mainstream, where a successful placemaking process has produced the most positive result. The characteristics of the application site have enabled the landscape designer to create a landscape-led development where dwellings will enjoy spacious gardens in an Arcadian setting. Within that setting, there will be provided just under an acre of public open space, which in itself will be a dominant feature of the street scene, complementing a tree-lined access road, but will also provide functionality and connectivity to the rest of the village. These new homes will provide secure, comfortable, well-planned accommodation of varying sizes, including a policy-compliant complement of affordable dwellings. Homes will be energy efficient, relying on a combination of air source heat pumps and PV cells for space and water heating. Just under 50% of the homes will be single-storey, including all of the affordables, of which there are 5. And over 50% of homes are designed to meet the requirements of Part M42 accessible and adaptable dwellings. In summary, this is a well-designed, sustainable proposal, entirely appropriate to its site and context, and deserves this committee's support. And I'd be very happy to answer any questions, particularly on Network Rail, and particularly on flood zones 2 and 3, because there's been a massive amount of work done in relation to this site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the agent? Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that the access has already been dealt with, but I just, as you mentioned it, the issue of the main access road being in flood zones 2 and 3 is, as the officers have said, there is going to be an emergency route elsewhere on the site. Has that been sort of baked into the design if that road gets closed?
The short answer to that is yes, but what I wanted to advise the committee is that during the course of the Environment Agency's objection on flooding grounds, the applicant, our client, entered into a very extensive and very expensive and very long analysis of flood modelling in the area, which resulted in a complete reclassification of this part of the site, and now the bulk of the site, which was showing on the case officer's slide earlier, showing as the broadband flood zone 2, isn't. The flood zone 2 area actually is confined to the ditch that separates the present Garden of the Firs from the application site. That, coupled with a design where there is a bridge proposed to cross over, means that the exit from this site provides a safe means of escape even during flooding events.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the agent? So we'll move on with, I have a statement here from the ward member, Harry Richardson. The non-linear layout of the development is both welcome and in accordance with Thurston's neighbourhood plan. The landscaping proposals, particularly within the street scene itself, are also a positive feature of the application, as is both the equality and the variety of the design. I'm therefore supportive of this proposal. And so now I'll be able to open up the item for debate. Who would like to start off? Councillor Hardingham, thank you.
Well, I'm inclined to agree that this looks like a well-designed and satisfactory proposal, which will provide a nice place for people to live. And that's what I'm minded to go along with. So I don't know what else other.
Is that a proposal or is it just?
No, not a proposal. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Elkin?
Yeah, similarly, I mean, it's nice that the parish council haven't objected. They feel it's in line with their neighbourhood plan. There's obviously been a lot of involvement and discussion about the design. I hope the applicant will forgive me for hammering away about the flooding, but I have a site in my ward which the road closes about 5 times a winter and people get stuck. So it's a subject close to my heart, but obviously it's reassuring to know that it's been designed to be raised above potential flood level. Yeah, I mean, it seems that there's community, we haven't got an objector here, we haven't, the parish council's in favour, so generally it seems like a relatively small scale appropriate development for the site.
Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Lawrence.
Right. I'd like to propose that we accept the officer's recommendations and proceed with accepting it.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Morgan? Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak before we go to the debate? Councillor Penny?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, likewise, I think it's a very well-designed project. It's a shame we have to rely on highways to provide the infrastructure, because I'm very concerned whether the connectivity to the village underneath the bridge will actually happen.
Councillor Overett?
From the point of view of accessible properties, I welcome the number of bungalows and that of just over 50% are M4 compliant. It would have been great to see an M4-3 wheelchair accessible, because I think the need is recognised as 1 in 10, but I'm still happy with what they're offering. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other members who would like to make a comment before we go to debate? Okay, I will now ask the aerial planning manager to read out the proposal on the table before we go to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I don't think I heard any extra conditions, so we're looking at just granting as the recommendation, which is on pages 45 and 46 of your papers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electrical vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote is now in progress, members. Chair. That vote is 8 votes for, so that's unanimous.
Thank you very much. Now, we've only been going an hour. Would anyone like a comfort comfort break before we go? We would. Okay, well, we'll break for 5 minutes then. Thank you, welcome back. So moving on to item 7C, DC/23/05929, land south of I Airfield and north of Castleton Way I. As Councillor Lucy Elkin is the ward member for this application, she will not participate in the debate or vote on the item. I will now invite Avril Gowdy to introduce the application to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. So this application is a reserve matters application considering appearance, landscaping, layout and scale for 127 dwellings. And this is phase 2 of the application. Just to recap how we got to where we are. Members agreed a site visit at committee on the 12th of March, and that was undertaken on the 2nd of April. The application was then heard at committee on the 9th of April, but was subsequently deferred for the following reasons. 1, to improve the appearance and materials of all house types, including key locations. 2, amend the layout to increase buffer zones to site boundaries and reduce triple parking. 3, reduce the scale of development on plots 69 and 76. And lastly, number 4, increase the use of street trees within the landscaping. So the addendum committee report that you've been provided with is to be read in conjunction with the original committee report and merely seeks to address the 4 reasons for deferral. And just to say, since the committee report was published, we have received 1 objection comment from a neighbour, and I'll just briefly summarise that response. So it included, but it's not limited to, the lack of community consultation, housing mix, the weight given to the neighbourhood plan, overdevelopment, lack of compliance with the outline and development brief, and the inadequacy of the surface water drainage strategy. And just on the point of housing mix, you will recall at the last committee, our legal advisors advised that housing mix could not be considered as part of the reserve matters submission. So I'm just going to briefly cover just the site location and site plan, and then I'll go straight into the 4 reasons for deferral. So the red line here you can see is phase 2, so subject of this reserve matters, and the blue is phase 1, which got consent a couple of years ago now and is in the process of being built out. And then again in the aerial you can see the entrance at Castleton Way here, and for those that went on the site visit, we obviously walked this and into the site. And then in terms of constraints, so the brown illustrates the settlement boundary, the green hatching is public footpaths, you've got the conservation area, which you can just see to the south, and there's quite a few grade 2 listed buildings in the vicinity. So as I said, I'm just going to take each of the reasons for deferral in turn and talk you through the amendments that we have secured. So firstly, to improve the appearance and materials of all house types, including key locations. Due to the scale of the site plan, I've just sort of divided it sort of north and south so you can sort of see the detail a bit better. So I've highlighted in blue here the properties that are now to be rendered. So those are the sort of the ones in the key locations and sort of junctures of the site. So that's 27 in total. The red shows the new ones that we've secured since the last committee. We've also got 15 chimneys added, and they're shown, with the yellow stars there. So we've got 15 chimneys added to the landmark plots and corner turning units. And then just the same with the south, you've got the blue is the rendered, red is the addition, and the yellow are the plots with chimneys. And then rather than including all the house types, I've just picked out a selection just to show you the variety of materials and the different colours of render there. Another amendment that we've secured is to the dwellings fronting the secondary access. So this is to the east, you've got Victoria Hill here, and you'll recall that this is a pedestrian access only, but would also provide emergency access. So you've got the 7 dwellings here, and they sort of mirror the entrance to Castleton Way, and we've added some render chimneys and brick coins, and I've got some CGIs of those. So those are the 3 to the north, and then similarly the 4 to the south of the pedestrian access. And then turning to the second reason for deferral, that was to amend the layout to increase the buffer zones to the boundaries and reduce triple parking. So I've just provided there sort of the previous and amended site plan. So you'll see, I believe to the north, we've got an additional 3 metres and then 4 metres to the south. You'll also note, but it's covered by reason 3 for deferral, that these plots have been changed from 2-storey to single-storey to further improve the amenity between these dwellings. And then turning to triple parking, we haven't secured any changes directly to the number of triple parking across the site. Persimmon believe the triple parking and the addition, the garage spaces to be of benefit to the residents. So instead we've agreed the provision of, I believe, 7 additional parking spaces. So there's 4 to the north and 3 to the south. And those have been located kind of close to the pockets of triple parking to aid sort of any potential congestion that may occur on the highway. And just to note, so the total number of visitor spaces is 46, and that exceeds parking standards by 14. And then turning to point number 3, as I mentioned, we've secured the change from 2-storey to single-storey on this boundary. And just in context, so you can see those there. That north eastern pocket previously had 8 dwellings, but due to the additional land take of the bungalows, it has required 2 of the dwellings to be located up in this corner. And I've just included what it previously looked like to what it looks like now. You can see, I believe some of the plot types have changed. So a lot of these 6 have kind of been pushed further south, and then you've got the additional 2 here. And then the landscaping has been reconfigured around here, but you can see that the informal footway that you can see on this plan is retained. And just for context, these are the plots on that adjoin that northeastern boundary. And then lastly, turning to the increased use of street trees within the landscaping. So we've secured the addition of 9 street trees along the primary street. So the total would now be 28 feature trees along the primary street. A further 24 is located within the landscaped areas in the side streets and parking courts. And just to say that the landscaping is required to be maintained for at least 10 years. And then just a bit of context here for the overall landscaping of the site. We see sort of the white area is where the built development and houses are focused, but you can see you've got the drainage basins here and the quite sizable area of public open space to this boundary. So yeah, the recommendation is to approve reserved matters with conditions as set out in the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the case officer? Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chair. These new chimney pots, I take it that they don't serve any purpose whatsoever?
Yeah, I believe they're fake chimneys.
And sorry, I have a second question too. We energy and renewable strategy, does that include photovoltaic cells, or where are we with that?
I believe we're in the same position last time where Persimmon offer them as an optional extra to residents, but they're not provided as standard with the homes.
Okay, so, right, I understand. Thank you.
I've got several questions, but I'm happy to take turn, with other people. Page 108 states the public open space includes natural play features, but public realm notes an absence of these, and I can't really see from the maps. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, I believe that a lot of the sort of play facilities is provided in phase 1. But obviously we do have quite a sizable area of public open space with mown paths to use. And I believe there's also an orchard area provided sort of in this area here.
Do they fit the definition of natural play?
Not sure we've got a specific answer to that question. I mean, they are natural parks. I don't know, Dan, if you've had any involvement.
Have you got an overhead? Do you see where you've got this little triangle like running down, and you've got this little triangle right at the bottom of the screen in the red line?
Oh, here.
Yeah, so that area, and members, when we went on the site visit, you remember that Persimmon had their compound at sort of the top of the curve within phase 1. Their compound is due to move, and when that moves, that's roughly where we've got a large equipped area of play space for the entirety of the development. So it's sort of centrally located within phase 1, and it's also centrally located for phase 2 as well. And then we've got the delivery of the rest of the open space within phase 2. And I'll quickly go and see if I can get you some numbers about how much you've got.
Yeah, so just in terms of numbers, we've got in phase 1, open space comes in at 6.49 hectares, and phase 2 is 3.7. So overall, that's 10.6 hectares.
I have a question, Avril, actually, while we're discussing, stuff like that. How does the density differ to what it was at outline, and how does it differ to phase 1?
Bear with me 2 seconds. So I'm just looking back at the previous committee report. So it notes that phase 1 has a density of 30 dwellings per hectare, and that was broadly consistent across the development in the different character areas. And so the average density across the entire site is 29.9, and I believe the density of phase 2 is about 26.
So it's in theory better here. And how much did it outline change?
So the master plan identified density tolerances of 17 to 35 dwellings per hectare.
Is there any other questions for the officer? Councillor Overett.
I think it says 126 cycle parking spaces when there's 127 houses. I assume that's just a typo, but did want the check.
Yeah, I believe that is a typo, because each dwelling is to be provided with one cycle space.
Councillor Hardingham.
Are we still in the same position with no access to the north out of the site towards the nursery school, for instance?
I do have an update on that. Let me just find it quickly. So the connection to the north goes into parcel 15, which has reserve matters consent for, is it 15 dwellings, I believe? Condition 3 of that reserve matters consent requires that prior to occupation of the first dwelling, that a cycle and pedestrian connection through to this land is to be provided. So Persimmon have provided the connection up to the edge of their boundary, but it's then envisaged that when this site is commenced, and obviously prior to occupation, we'll receive details to make that connection complete.
Thank you.
Councillor Overett.
The recreational path, is that for cyclists as well, or just for pedestrians?
Are these the sort of informal ones through?
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe they're just sort of mown paths. So I would foresee that a cyclist possibly in the summer could use them, but maybe would not want to in the winter.
Excuse me if I'm wrong, is there a gravel path somewhere?
There are some paths in phase 1 which are currently sandy, gravelly paths.
I think the only one that I can see that's shown on the landscaping plan as gravel is the one that goes across the site, connecting from phase 1 across to the joins into the secondary, the pedestrian access through to Victoria Hill.
Would it be possible for that not to be gravel, because that is very difficult for wheelchairs, buggies, etc.?
It says it's self-binding gravel, so I believe that would not be loose gravel.
Sorry, one last question. It's a long road through phase 1 and phase 2 with many private drives off, and we're aware there may be problems with cars with the triple parking. Is there any scope to condition a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit across the whole site?
Yeah, we're probably a bit stuck with that one, Councillor. With the highway, did you say the road was going to be adopted? The primary road would be adopted, so that would be up for county highways to determine the speed limit, unfortunately.
I had understood that it could be conditioned, and that might enable that to be considered more proactively. I could be wrong.
Yeah, the speed limit would be based on a road safety audit that would determine the speed of vehicles and the appropriate curvature of the road. It's not been something that's been requested by county, so I'm not sure it's something we could recommend, but we might have to come back on that, subject to councillors' discussion and debate.
Thank you. I'm working on somewhere in my ward where there are huge problems in a very similar kind of estate. That's why I'm asking, where retrospectively very much wish we'd had that opportunity to condition that. Thank you.
Can you just tell me, Avril, how many instances are there still of triple parking?
So 35 dwellings have triple parking.
And also, how many of the dwellings are 3-storey?
I've got 2.5-storey dwellings.
Oh. And what is the difference? How many 2.5-storeys did they have in phase 1? And how many triple parkings did they have there? Do you know?
Sorry, members. With regards to phase 1, I think there's 68 instances of triple parking across the 138 dwellings. I've got no idea on 2.5-storey dwellings.
Are there any other questions for the case officer? Councillor Warboys?
Highways, they with regard to sort of pedestrian cycleways, they mention a potential pedestrian and cycle link to Langton Grove as being shown, but no connection has been agreed. Is that still the case?
Yeah, I did just give a quick update on that, just to say that the dwellings to the north, to which that connection would join to, has reserve matters consent now, and that has a condition on it requiring, prior to occupation of those dwellings, details of that connection are to be submitted to and agreed by the LPA, and then obviously actually provided. So Persimmon have provided the connection up to the boundary, but then it relies on the development to the north to actually deliver the rest of the connection.
Oh, I see. The next.
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the case officer? In that case, we will move on to the public speakers. We haven't got anyone here from the iTown Council, but we do have an objector, Mr. Stephen Neve. If you'd like to start, I'll give you 3 minutes.
Good morning, committee. My name is Stephen Neve. I am here today to object to the submission before you. I'd rather be on the golf course, but sometimes in life you know you have to do what is right. I know my knowledge and experience of house building and airfield is unsurpassed within I. If there is someone in our community who wishes to challenge that statement, let them come forward and I will abdicate responsibility with immediate effect willingly. I've been in a privileged position to be able to build houses to my own design and attracted wonderful people to I, who choose our community not just because of its current quaintness and charm, but because I would provide the property they desired, rather than lose them to rival towns and villages. So we have heavy involvement with the church, the Women's Institute, Citizens Advice Bureau, and not least the patronage of the pub, coffee shop facilities, etc. It is for this reason I feel duty-bound to try to protect their interests. I sold them the dream, and they feel responsible for what is about to happen, that no one seems able to or prepared to accept. So what has gone wrong? We have the essential I Neighbourhood Development Brief and Master Plan, which is a precursor to all planned major development, and we have the essential I Neighbourhood Development Plan, a plan that was put together by the late Peter Gould, who dedicated so much time over the last 10 years to produce an excellent plan, passed at referendum with fantastic support. But what was the point? It has now been ignored. Yet if the LPA ignores the Neighbourhood Development Plan, they have to demonstrate exceptional reasons to do so. What are those reasons? Have you all been blindsided by the house type mix discussion? I wonder how many of you have ever looked at the I Neighbourhood Development Brief. It's simple to upload, immediately available via an internet search, yet currently ignored. Unacceptable and disrespectful to all those within our community who dedicated significant time and willingly and freely for what? This application claims to represent our vernacular heritage. The planning officer claims it meets, excuse me. The planning officer claims it meets policy I-16. It certainly does not. Once you get past the window dressing at the site entrance, Area 14 is just unacceptable. I would like someone here before us today to have the courage before voting to explain to our community just what it is that replicates Suffolk vernacular styles. These are anywhere houses seen up and down the country. Moving on to parking standards, the excellent document produced by the consultee Suffolk County Council is being ignored. Why is that the planning officer has yet to acknowledge misleading the committee at the last meeting? The proposal does not meet the standards given, neither is it consistent with phase 1, where it did. Again, I would like someone to formally explain how this is so. If the Neighbourhood Development Plan can have its policy, how on earth can the LPA ignore such common sense matters? Please explain. The planning officer talks about being consistent with policy, but then ignores boundary treatment from Area 15, the parking, and the general design standards set on phase 1. This is totally unacceptable. The development brief and master plan were used to effectively drive design at such places as Ely, Peterborough, Grange Farm, Kesgrave, Morton Hall, Bury St Edmunds. So why has it been ignored here? I'm going to leave the rest now. I'd just like to give one or two informatives here. You talk about 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. I believe the development is designed to manual for streets 2. Well, all right, you can come back on that. So manual for streets 2 addresses speed limits. I'd like to discuss that if you would like. And I would like to discuss a proactive approach about the access through Area 15. If you're interested, then I'll come back on those.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the objector? Councillor Overett.
Thank you. I appreciate your evident passion about this subject and how important it is to you, and your knowledge of I clearly. In terms of the reserve matters, which is the only matter which we're able to consider today, can you clarify which particular policies aren't being adhered to here, in your opinion? Thank you.
Sorry. So on the matters today, I think Gemma Walker addressed that issue at the last meeting, which was scale and massing. Now, you can't discuss the house type mix, and I fully understand that. As a developer, I fully understand that house type mix is down for the developer. However, you just cannot put a large house on a two-bed starter home footprint. So to me, it's overdevelopment. And those reasons for overdevelopment on the scale and massing, particularly, for example, the 2.5-storey dwellings that you mentioned, a lot of those in an up to 2-storey area will, if you've got an outline planning permission that has a building heights plan, how can that possibly be indicative? It's just ridiculous. It's got to be specific. and that specifically shows that the boundary properties up Victoria Hill and around Langton Green are up to 2 stories. So how can you put a larger property on it? To me, it's just wrong. So they're the issues that are wrong. It's overdevelopment, in my view, and it's massive overdevelopment.
I have a question. How do you feel the design standards are different from phase 2 from phase 1?
Well, I keep calling it window dressing. So if you come onto the site, you've got the curb appeal as you come in off the roundabout, which is very good. And that was acceptable, obviously, on the phase 1 application. But it's just disappeared on Area 14. Now, Area 14 is nearly 50% of this site. And it was always, we were sold the dream, particularly there was people in Langton Green, nobody objected to the application, the outline application, and we were sold the dream, and there was going to be an access through via a primary village street with double-fronted properties, vernacular styles that you see in I, the historic character of I. And they've gone, and to me that's just wrong, because we have a neighbourhood plan that supports that, and policy 16 supports that, and the development brief produced by AECOM is pretty comprehensive, and I'm just totally disappointed at the manner in which has been dealt with.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the objector? In that case, we'll move on. We haven't got a supporter here. We have got the applicants. We've got Mr. Christopher Smith and Gary Lee from Persimmon Homes. If you'd like to start, I'll give you 3 minutes.
Morning, Chairman, members of the committee. My name's Chris Smith, Senior Planner for Persimmon Homes, Suffolk, and in the absence of my colleague Stuart McAdam, who unfortunately can't be with us today, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of this application. Following the deferral of the Reserve Matters application at your April meeting, as you've heard, my colleagues have since met with both your officers and members of iTown Council to further discuss and hopefully now address those issues previously raised. As you've heard, taking each of these issues in turn, in order to improve the appearance and materials of house types in key locations, an additional 15 rendered properties have been provided in those prominent locations, making 27 rendered dwellings in total. Brick coin detailing has been added to 7 of the proposed dwellings within the key Victoria Hill Gateway character area within the centre of the site, in order to directly enhance those elevations in a key prominent part of the site, whilst a total of 15 chimneys have also now been added to these landmark and corner turning properties throughout the site. In order to amend the layout to increase the buffer zones to the boundaries and reduce the issues associated with triple parking, the width of the buffer between 39 Victoria Hill and the bungalow to the rear has been increased, with a distance of 19 metres between the 2 built forms now. And whilst, as we've heard, the triple parking spaces remain because we feel they are beneficial in the round to the future residents, an additional 7 visitor parking spaces have nonetheless been incorporated in the locations close to these where these problem could otherwise perceive to be exist. So in total now, visitor parking spaces exceed the adopted parking spaces by an additional 14, which should help to address any perceived issue that may be caused by triple parking. As you've heard, in order to reduce the scale of development on plot 69 and 76 from previously, there's now bungalows proposed in those 2 locations, with 2 of the dwellings that were in that part of the site moved elsewhere to the north of plots 113 and 118. And finally, to increase the use of street trees within the site, again, as you've heard, a further 9 trees are proposed along the primary street, making 28 in total, with a further 24 now proposed within the landscape areas beyond. In addition, as requested by your landscape officer, brick walling has been added to the public curtilage boundaries of plots 7 and 48, whilst as requested at the last committee, 2 additional gaps within the knee railing adjacent to the new public open space areas have been incorporated to allow easier pedestrian access. In summary, therefore, we believe the proposals now encompass a high-quality development of 127 dwellings, including 25 affordable dwellings, and also including 16 bungalows, together with 3.7 hectares of new public open space. And to this end, we trust that you're able to endorse your officer's recommendation and approve the grant of reserve matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the applicants? Councillor Lawrence.
excuse me if I've missed it. If I take item number 1, which states improve the appearance and materials of all house types. From reading the documentation and listening here today, it seems that has only been done at the key locations. Or am I wrong?
I think the understanding was that there were certain key locational properties where additional detailing was requested in terms of additional architectural detailing. I don't think there was anything wrong, particularly with the materials that we were suggesting on the properties originally and indeed are now proposing now. I think it was just additional detailing, which, as the officer explained, we have done to properties in key locations.
Councillor Penny?
Yeah, how would you address the concerns from our objector, Mr. Neve, regarding the character of the development, particularly along the main street and with respect to the neighbourhood plan?
Well, I think as the case officer outlined, we've looked to enhance the details of properties within those key public locations. I think the rest of the properties still display traditional vernacular forms. I don't think, from the application I saw earlier on in Thurston, the architectural detailing to those properties was not dissimilar to the ones that we're proposing. So I don't see that there's anything vastly amiss with the overall visual appearance and character of these properties, and hence why they wouldn't sit comfortably within their wider locality. And indeed, when I look around some of the other modern properties are certainly of no vastly improved visual appearance to the dwellings that we're now proposing. So I think my opinion is that these dwellings are perfectly acceptable in terms of their form, scale, character and appearance, and certainly your case officer seems to back that point up.
Are there any other questions? In that case, we shall move on to the ward member, Councillor Lucy Elkin.
Thank you, Chair. If I get the tricky stuff out of the way, I mean, the housing mix remains the same. It's dominated by large 4 and 5 bed homes. It is out of line with the district assessment of housing needs for the town, and it's very much out of line with I's made neighbourhood plan. We understand that was not secured at outline, as that wasn't common practice at the time, and it's difficult to go back to it now. I think we were hopeful that there might be some reconsideration, but there hasn't been. And as a result, really, of that, there hasn't been a change since we were last sitting here to the amount of tandem and triple parking. So there is still concern from Town Council and myself and others that even with the extra guest parking, we are going to see overspill onto the roads, onto the guest parking area. So we are still concerned about that. It's really welcome that there has been some changes to the design and to try and give it a more sense of place as you go into it. Whether or not the committee is happy with, whether there's been enough change, obviously is up to the committee. It's obviously welcome that we've had some additional street trees and some improvements along the boundary since we were here last time with the replacement of those two-storey homes that were very close to residents. I think it's fair to say that largely due to a lot of pushback by Town Council in previous work on this before it came to the committee, there has been, when it was first put forward, the houses were right bang up to the boundary in a number of places, which, as Mr. Neve has alluded to, was very much not in line with what residents had been led to believe would happen. It's not perfect, it's not where people thought it would be, but there has been a lot of movement along the boundary, and it's welcome that those, particularly that the most recent changes, that those two-storey homes have been replaced. by bungalows. I did want to mention just a couple of outstanding things. Connectivity came up. I could be wrong, but my understanding, originally there were 3 greenways, these sort of long cycle and walking paths connecting out. 2 are there, and 1 hasn't been included in the design because it couldn't be deliverable through to the road, but it's, after some pushback, was re-included as a sort of more informal walking space. My understanding was that was going to have some sort of hog-in or sealed surface so that it could be cycled on, but I could be wrong, so it'd be great to sort of just double check that. With the connection through to Langton Grove, the real importance of that is that the only early years provision in I sits just beyond that connection point. And also for all the residents in the north of I, that connection will provide a route in to use the new green space and the new play area and potentially to walk through to the high school. So it is really important that that comes forward. I appreciate it's outside the red line, but I don't know if there's a way to change the wording of the condition to have something like, delivery of a usable access. It was mentioned that it would eventually connect to Area 15. My understanding was that wasn't where it was going to connect. There's actually a separately owned car park of the nursery, and when we've had site visits, that's where Persimmon has pointed to and said it will go through there. So my understanding was it was more about negotiating with the nursery school to secure that access. But again, I could be wrong. But I would very much like to ask if the developer could take responsibility for working on that, because they have planning knowledge and financial resources and legal resources that Town Council doesn't have, and it seems unfair to leave the community to try and secure that access, because it is really important that it comes forward. And the final thing was just, it might seem a minor thing, but the officer report mentioned, I think the land ecologist had mentioned hedgehog gaps not being on the plans. And I just wanted to mention there's been a recent University of Sheffield study of 42 different housing developments around the UK by a number of all the major developers, and it showed that over 80% of hedgehog highways are never actually delivered. So if there's anything we can do to make sure that those things are put in place, then that would be very welcome. So I think that was all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Avril, what can we do about the access to the nursery now? Is there any way, if we just had like a gap in the hedge, that there would be a safe way to get, obviously I'm just saying a gap in the hedge, like a throwaway comment, but somewhere that we could get from this phase straight to the nursery without having to wait for Area 15 to be developed?
I'd say the connection provided is to have a gap and is to have a path through there. Obviously, I don't think Persimmon would endorse people necessarily probably trespassing on somebody else's land outside of their ownership, so they can only provide it up to that point. And I think, like Lucy says, it does go through. I think we saw it, didn't we, when we went on the site visit? It goes into that car parked area to the north where we parked and went through. But we can't condition anything else.
Is that the car park for the nursery? Is that nursery owned, or is that the developer, whoever owns Area 15, owned?
Yeah, so in terms of the conditions as they are now, the idea would be that Persimmon would provide their access up to the point, Parcel 15 would provide their access up to the point, the two would meet up and we'd be all right. Parcel 15 has commenced, so the permission is still live, but it doesn't look to be under development, and I think the trigger point for that condition is later within the development, so we can't require them to provide the connection point on their side. When we were at the site visit, there is the car park that we parked in for looking at part of Parcel 14. I think that's owned by the nursery. So if Persimmon were to discuss with the nursery, oh, we're going to put a gap in the hedge here, people could get through from your site to our site, that might be an option, but again, it relies on another landowner to agree to say, oh yes, people could come in from here to there.
But it would be beneficial for that owner,
it would be beneficial, because I think that car park is a bit of a, that's where you go, take the dog, leave the car, take the dog for a walk, because that's joining up to sort of the wider public right-of-way network around the airfield as well. So you'd think it would probably just be a case of working out within Persimmon's build timetable whether it's better to go for that option with the owner of the nursery once it's safe to do so, or whether parcel 15 picks up speed and is further along.
Is that something we could say that, as, like you say, parcel 15 might take several, years to come to fruition, but in the meantime, that could we condition that Persimmon have some sort of entranceway to that, obviously the nursery allowing it and all that. Is there something we can ask for now that is some sort of entrance or some sort of walkway through to the nursery's property?
I think it's not beyond the realms of possibility. I think we'd have to be careful in how we constructed a condition to not leave Persimmon beholden to another landowner who maybe doesn't want to entertain that position at all. So I think we could do something. It would probably, I don't know whether or not, if Ian was here, we might say something around sort of best endeavours to bring that forward. So I suspect we probably need to word a condition such that if we try and provide it, but if the other landowner is not agreeable, we might need to accept that we can't.
I can absolutely see what you're saying, but I think as the people would literally be using the nursery and paying their fees, it would be, you would think that they would be, happy for that to, happen. Sorry. Has anyone got any questions for Lucy? In that case, we'll go straight on to the debate, and who would like to start off? Councillor Warvoice, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just make some thoughts, really. I think there has been substantial movement on the part of Persimmon and the work of our planning officers to sort of improve this. I'm not very comfortable with artificial chimney pots on rooftops. I think there's been some discussion about this in the past, and the consensus is that they can compromise the sort of future structure of the rooftop. It's best not to have them if they serve no purpose. I personally, I'd like to see the money spent perhaps on Swift bricks or some other environmental aspect, or perhaps even putting photovoltaic cells on rooftops. I should have asked at the time, by perhaps a developer come in, whether the houses will have the sort of necessary wiring so that it will be relatively straightforward to put photovoltaic cells on at some time in the future. I think we do respect neighbourhood plans and the direction neighbourhood plans gives us in this committee, and I do feel uncomfortable that we haven't actually sort of really met the guidelines that the neighbourhood plan gives us. But at the moment I'm sort of stuck as to how we could actually sort of ask our office to condition that there could be further improvements. There's a great deal of movement in the last few weeks, and perhaps we could move a little bit further to sort of satisfy neighbourhood plan. As the last one from my town clerk says, while we are still unhappy with the dwelling mix and triplex parking, this is beyond their remit and something they hope to address in future development. And there's been an improvement in the landscape, in the planting. I think I'd like some clarification there about the maintenance of this planting. It's going to have a substantial impact on how acceptable this is, and whether they've actually really created a living space as opposed to sort of just standard housing that satisfies that particular need. So that's my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Anyone else like to jump in the fray? Councillor Hardingham?
Well, I'd like to agree with Councillor Warboys on all those points that you've made, particularly the provision of suitable, looking ahead so that PV panels can be fitted to houses, because they will become a standard feature of buildings very shortly, and it seems quite unreasonable not to include that at the build stage rather than requiring occupants to undergo significant remodelling of a property just to do that. In terms of chimney pots, I also feel that the inclusion of completely useless cosmetic features does not improve the design. I feel I agree with the objector that we have here, that the impression you get on entering the site is, the impression you get, you're rapidly disillusioned as you move further into the site, because the aspect and the overall look of it deteriorates significantly, which is a great pity, but we possibly have no means of affecting that at this stage. So that's where I stand on it.
Does anyone else like to add to the debate? Councillor Overett?
I do agree with both my colleagues with this discomfort about, has it got far enough for us to say, well, we have to work within such limited constraints, but it is good enough to proceed. I would, again, apologies that I always raise this, but it's great that there are M42 standard buildings at 50%, but with the development of this size, it's a real pity there's no wheelchair accessible buildings on offer. We know there's that need, and it is an opportunity just to provide a few around the estate. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Hardingham?
Well, a couple of further issues. Councillor Elkin mentioned this question of hedgehog highways. That's something that's recommended by our ecologist, that the provision of hedgehog gaps should be specified in the drawings, and I would like to ask the developer would go ahead with that and include that in the drawings. I think that would be a small benefit, but nevertheless helpful. I've got, as somebody with a background in fruit growing, I would mention that Cox trees would not be a suitable choice for your orchard area. I would strongly recommend that you went for Fiesta instead, which is a much more reliable cropper and cosmetically more attractive. I would also suggest that you look very carefully at what rootstock the trees are on and consult with nurserymen before planting to make sure that they actually thrive and not, if they're on a weak rootstock, a dwarfing or semi-dwarfing, they may well deteriorate and look thoroughly miserable and not be an asset to the site at all.
Would anyone else like to speak? Has anyone got any proposals to make? I feel that, although this development isn't perfect by any means, that they have made improvements, that I Town Council are now, happier. Lucy is happier. And like everyone has said, when you first go into the development, it all looks very nice, and it does certainly deteriorate as you get further down the track. But I do think they have made improvements. I don't like the idea of any to a parking. I'm staggered really that there is so much. But I don't really think we can send it, well, I don't think we can reasonably send it back another time. That's my thoughts, so I'm looking for a proposal. Councillor Hardingham.
Yes, I'm happy to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation. I would like to hold the developers to this point over the hedgehog holes being included in the plans.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence, were you looking to speak or to second?
I would be prepared to second only on the basis that we use the recommendation of the officer that we try to our best endeavours to get the footpath access, which doesn't seem to be, which obviously isn't in the recommendations now. So I would second it if that was added.
Yeah, are you happy with that? Excellent, yeah. Now, is that something we can, Gemma, do you want to have a chat?
Sorry, Chair, thank you for bearing with us. We were just working on what options were available. I think the concern is kind of best endeavours is not really conditionable. What we have just checked is that the delivery of estate roads and footpaths is specifically secured by condition. So Persimmon's footpath shown on the plan will be delivered up to the edge of their site. So I think we're happy to say that footpath that is there, it goes as far as it can.
But does it go to area 15 or does it go to the car park?
Do we need to get that up on the plan? Would that be helpful?
I'm sort of happy with that. How does the rest of the committee feel? Where's the official one going to go into area 15?
That would be subject of the discharge of condition application for the parcel 15 reserve matters.
Sorry, but the Persimmon, though, had to make some sort of path which was going to be met in the future. But we
so we understand it will be met all the way down to the red line here.
Oh right, so it's still going to be basically in the same place.
It should, and we would want highways would want to see details that provide it directly through here.
Because I mean, if that is the car park, then how can it be area 15 if that's the nursery's car park?
If you give us 2 minutes, I'll see if I can pull up a plan or something else.
Councillor Lawrence?
It's a question as much as anything else. Can we at least condition that there's no fencing or hedgerows placed across that footpath entrance?
Can we do that?
Yeah, we could impose a restrictive condition so that there's no boundary treatment on across there. Yeah.
So I would support Councillor Hardingham's proposal with the additional condition that there's no boundary treatment at that footpath.
Yeah, I mean, that would be easier, won't it?
Yeah, so just while the plan gets loaded, so there's a note on that plan. It doesn't show directly the connection, but it says, there's an annotation that says the proposed cycle and pedestrian route and location are to be agreed when development of the site commences. Routes stopped at our boundary ready to be developed further by the adjacent developer. And then the condition secures that. Thank you. Yeah, so I don't have access to this, do I? Oh yeah, there we go, I'm wiggling. So just to get bearings, essentially the connection through from the Persimmon site would be where my cursor is shown. So that's not facing north. So it's an annotation here that points in this area, and the approval secures the nursery car park is this hatching shown here, and that's shown to be retained and resurfaced. It's this one here on the corner, I believe.
Councillor Hardingham and Councillor Lawrence, are you happy with that?
Yes, I'm happy with that.
So I didn't quite understand that. Could you go through again?
Yeah. So this is the nursery car park, which obviously on the Persimmon plans is shown to the north. So the Persimmon connection on their site layout is essentially runs left and right where my cursor's going, but obviously top and bottom on their plans. So there's an annotation on this plan, which obviously you can't quite read, but it's in this area that says that a cycle and pedestrian route and location is to be agreed by condition, essentially. And we have the condition on the reserve matters securing the provision of the detail and then implementation of that.
So as long as we can ensure that that is not fenced or hedged or anything, and it's left as a gap.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Right, does anyone else like to speak before we go to the vote? Councillor Warboys.
Yeah, I did mention a couple of points, and I'm not sure it's within our remit, as it were, about the and I'm not sure whether we got agreement about the artificial chimney pots or swift bricks or the pre-wiring for the photovoltaic arrays at some time in the future. We've got the developer here, they're within their gift, I think, but...
Well, just to say on the chimneys, obviously they've been introduced throughout the last round of negotiation, partly because we do have chimneys on phase 1 and there's a point of sort of design consistency. There is only 15, so it's not a huge number. I'm sure the developer can clarify the point on PV ducting, if that's okay.
On our site in Thurston, we've done exactly the same, so we've future-proofed it for PV. So if a customer wants PV at a later date, they don't have to chop and change all their walls and get all the cables down. So I'm happy to have a condition on that. We'll future-proof it for our customers.
I think that's quite a positive move, yes, thank you.
Good stuff. So if anyone else would like to speak, and otherwise I shall ask the area planning manager to read out the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. So we're looking at approval, which is as recommendation on pages 84 to 85, and additional conditions which are no boundary treatment to ensure access to the north is secured, and future-proofing for installation of PV.
Yes, thank you very much. So that I will now ask the governance officer to conduct the electrical vote.
Thank you. I've updated the vote so it now says including the additional conditions as read out by the area plan manager, and that is now in progress. Thank you, Chair. That's 7 votes for, so that's unanimous.
Thank you very much. So we will now have a 10-minute break, 5 minutes, 5-minute break, and I'll be back here for Batsford. Welcome back. So we'll move straight on to item number 7D/E, DC/24/00793 and DC/24/00794, Battersford Hall, Church Road, Battersford, Stonemarket. I will now invite Daniel Cameron to introduce the next two applications to the committee. Please note there will be one presentation. However, as there's two separate applications to be considered, we will have public speaking, debate and a vote for each application separately. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this application is planning permission and listed building consent, so we've got two reference numbers, and it's been conversion and extension to agricultural buildings to form 5 new order dwellings. We also have partial demolition of some buildings on site that will be shown in one of the plans that you'll have in your presentation. We also have construction of some internal roads, and we have erection of post and rail fencing along with associated landscaping. So this is our site. We have some listed buildings down here, and also Battersford Hall, which is also listed here. And we've got the edge of Battersford Straight Road here, and then to the north you've got the edge of Moats Tie, which also has the Battersford and District Cricket Club within it. We've got some woodland to the immediate west, but then the rest of the site is surrounded by agricultural fields and farmland. If we come into the site location plan, we have a private access road connecting up. It then joins this unclassified road down here and then comes to the junction at Church Road. And the church is here. We've got some listed buildings and some more here, but I'll come to those now on our constraints. So, with regards to listed buildings, the main constraint is Battersford Hall itself. This is Grade 2 listed and located here. It's originally 16th century with 18th century and 19th century extensions. We've got the Church of St Mary just visible down here, highlighted green. That is Grade 1 listed. It's a medieval parish church, 12th century in origin, but with later changes, amendments made. This is the Grade 2 listed church cottage, and it's a 14th century medieval priest's house. And then slightly further down, we've also got church cottages, which used to be 2 cottages and are now 1. And that's around 1550 and extended 16th century. If we come quickly to the site itself, I'll just quickly run through the demolition plan. So we've got Battersford Hall here and its outbuilding. We've then got a sort of wood storage shed off at the edge of the woodlands. We've got 2 metal grain silos. We've got a small area on one of the barns to be removed, and we've got an area of cart lodge which is also to be removed. If we come forward onto the site layout, we've got our 5 plots. So plot 1 is centrally located. It's the old mill barn. We then have the open barn and grain barn forming plots 2 and 3. Plot 4 is the cart lodge down here, although part of this is to be demolished, so it's just the retained portion. And then plot 5 is this former piggery building up here. With regards to the 3 barns in the centre of the site, they're a mixture of brick and timber. The cart lodge is almost completely brick apart from internal structure, and the pig shed is also brick. These applications have been to committee previously, but under references DC 18 03787 and DC 18 03788. The only difference for those were that the pig shed was omitted as one of the buildings, and 2 dwellings were to be accommodated within the cart lodge. If we quickly run through the elevations and the floor plans, you can see the retention of many of the features of the barns. We've got sort of sporadic use of windows rather than sort of the more regimented use of windows that you'd see on residential dwellings. You know, if you think back to the dwellings seen previously at I. So this is the mill barn. That then provides a 4-bed inverted house. So the bedrooms are all on the ground floor, and then the living accommodation is on first floor. We now have the open barn. So again, you've got use of these long ribbon windows just under the roof to provide natural light. and you have this southern face onto the back of Battersford Hall, and we'll show that more in the photos when we get to the site visit portion of the presentation, members. But we've got these large glazed sections with louvers, and when we come to ground floor, we have accommodation throughout the building. That provides another 4-bed dwelling. But in terms of accommodation at first floor level, the majority of the barn is left open to void. So there's only the seating area at the ground floor level there, rather than all the way up. And you can see the agent has kind of provided some 3Ds, coloured 3D, so we can see the nature of the materials and the composition of the site. This is the grain barn. Again, we've got some use of large windows, not wholly regimented. Again, similar colour palette, material palette. Within here, we do have some accommodation here, but that's looking out over the roof to the storage building on Battersford Hall. And again, that's at ground floor, and then we have some at first floor as well. We then have the cart lodge. You'll see from the site pictures that this is a much longer building. However, with partial demolition, it's cut down in size, and I'll show its relationship to the neighbouring properties as well. And then everything's provided at ground floor at this point, with this large glazed section at the furthest point away from any neighbouring dwellings and orientated away. And then we have the pig shed, which is at the northernmost point of the site. Again, ground floor, again, similar material palette, and again, good use of glazing. And again, everything on the ground floor, and that's providing a 3-bed dwelling. If we come through the high-level views, you've got the cart lodge here at the entrance to the site. You've got the open mill barn and the open barn with the grain barn behind, and the piggery building up behind as well. And then we have these 3D views provided as well throughout the site. In terms of the access to the site, there's a junction down here at Church Road, and I've got some photos to detail that for you, members. We then come up an unclassified road, which is a narrow single lane road typical of the countryside. We then enter an area of private track, and it's to the private track that the site makes access to, and then access onto the unclassified road, and then the rest of the highways network. There is connection in the other direction to make backup connection to the rest of the highway network as well. So it's not, you're not wholly reliant on this road for connection. This is the Church Road junction within the junction itself. It branches off left and right. You've got the edge of the churchyard, just denoted by that wall on that hand side. And then this is from within the green triangle within the previous image, looking back in. So it's quite narrow, bordered by hedges on both sides. This is the view of the junction coming down from the north, so as if you're coming from Battersford Straight Road and making a connection there. So you've got the rest of the churchyard there. And then this is a view from the south. So again, you've got there and the road turning around to make connection to Battersford Straight Road eventually. This is the access track itself. It's fairly typical of a single lane countryside track. There is grassed areas on either side. And then it becomes a little bit more formal with the grassed areas on either side coming up here. So this is the access track through, and you've got a view of the cart lodge just behind there. And then this is the frontage view from the track of Battersford Hall. So these are the 2024 site photos. I've included images of the 2018 site photos because the report makes mention of deterioration of the building, so you can judge for yourselves what's happened between. In terms of structural reports, the listed building consent does require structural reports to make clear what historic fabric within the curtilage listed barns would need to be replaced, how it would be replaced, what might require a more intensive intervention, and that's all to be agreed under condition. In terms of heritage, we've got a colleague from the heritage team here as well, so if members have questions arising from the report for listed building consent, we have someone here able to answer those. But to summarise, the The barns have deteriorated since the previous permission was granted. However, the finally accepted drawings represent no harm. We have the benefit to the barns of the retention, their retention, and we also have benefits to the other heritage assets of maintaining their agricultural setting. So as we come into the site, you've got the track round, and this is the rest of the cart lodge. So you can see the dip in the roof of the cart lodge, and this represents the part of the cart lodge that's to be removed. The remainder of the structure is much more intact. We don't have the same dilapidation of the roof. We do have random bits of storage within. This is then the view from the edge of the cart lodge, and you can just see behind we've got the neighbouring property. And there's the dwelling itself. So it's outbuilding as seen in that previous photo, and then there's that dwelling itself. This is the grain barn. These are the silos to be removed. So we've had some dilapidation of a lean-to at the side here. This is the open barn, and you can see the quality of the timber structure within. We've got some ivy growth on the outside, which is sort of the case of most of the barns on site, but when you look inside, we've got really well preserved timber structures. Again, a lot of ivy growth up over the structure, but the majority of it is acceptable. And again, we've got some plant growth and invasion into the building. Again here, the pig shed just at the end there. This is the pond at Batsford Hall over towards Batsford Hall. And then this is the rear of Batsford Hall. So we've got their outbuilding here. There'd then be a track, and then the barns are on the other side of the track. And this is a 2018 site photo. So we've got the cart lodge in much better condition, and that was to provide 2 dwellings previously. But you can see we already have some plant growth up over parts of the building, less pronounced given we've had the passage of time. But you can see here that's come up over the end of that building in the intervening period. But we've still got the really well-maintained structures, and you can see from the 2018 photos the timber structure of that barn is still really quite well preserved. And yeah, we've still got the silos there, and you can see that we've had some reduction there. In terms of consultees, consultees are largely happy. So with regards to heritage, we have the benefits to the setting of the listed building. We have the preservation of the curtilage of listed buildings. In terms of the access, highways are satisfied. There is no intensification of the use of the access from the previous 2018 permission, which was granted. There are more conditions requested by highways than there were on the 2018 condition, but we have brought across the HGV construction routing plan condition, given the narrowness of that access. So that's been brought across. In terms of ecology, we've had extensive ecology undertaken, surveys and reports undertaken on the site. We have a preliminary assessment. We've had a bat survey, eDNA surveys for great crested newts within the ponds, reptile surveys, hazel dormouse reports, and we've also had avoidance reports and measures set out with regards to reptiles, dormice, and great crested newts. Any works to barns that have bat roosts within them require a bat licence separately, which is also conditioned. In terms of biodiversity net gain, you'll see from the report that the date of submission of the application was prior to the introduction of national policy for securing biodiversity net gain. If I come all the way back through, I'll try to come back through. I outline part of the site which is retained for provision of additional net gain within the site. So due to the way that the legislation was worded, we can't apply biodiversity net gain at a national level because the requirement only bites on development submitted after the 2nd of April. Because this was submitted prior to the 2nd of April 2024, that requirement's not there. However, LP16 in the joint local plan does contain a not dissimilar policy under LP16, and LP16 is in place. So while we can't apply the national requirement through the condition, we can apply a local requirement. We do have this area of land set aside within the development, outside of any garden land. That measures 1,000 square metres. It contains hedgerow planting and tree planting, and also provision of meadow grass within it. And it's considered that that would deliver at least 10%, if not more. So it would deliver what would be required under national BNG, if not more, and we can appropriately condition that as well, members, so we can get that delivered. Just in terms of conditions on ecology, we have enhancement measures set out in the preliminary appraisal. Our ecologists would like to see that brought forward. Wildlife sensitive lighting scheme brought forward given the presence of bats on site. The requirements for BNG under LP16 that we can condition. The mitigation requirements as set out in all the mitigation reports that we have. And also the requirement for provision of bat licence or a letter from Natural England saying that we've had updated information to say that bats are no longer present on the site. The recommendation on both the planning permission and the listed building consent is for approval, and there are conditions set out in the reports for members for both the listed building consent and the planning permission, although obviously the listed building consent is only dealing with those matters that directly affect the historic fabric of the curtilage listed barns, rather than anything else. I'll hand over to members for any questions that have arisen from the reports, and I invite you to move on to your questions on the reports.
Are there any questions for Dan? Councillor Warpoint.
Did section Q, which sort of supports the conversion of agricultural buildings, come into play when in the initial planning application?
So you're absolutely right. Class Q of the GDPR does allow for conversion of rural buildings that were in agricultural use to convert to residential uses. In this case, that's not applicable because the buildings are curtilage listed, so they enjoy protection under the listing applied to Batsford Hall as they were within the curtilage of Batsford Hall at the time of its listing.
So the protection
they enjoy the same protection that Batsford Hall enjoys. They were part of its experiential setting and relate to its agricultural history.
Thank you.
Councillor Harding, would I see your hand up?
Well, I was going to ask a question. I'm not clear what the condition of the pig shed is. You only showed one photo of it, and it looks to be rather a sorry state. Is it really convertible? You know?
The brick sections are in much better condition. There are some modern additions that would need to be removed, but it is in suitable state for conversion, or more suitable state than the cart lodge, or part of the cart lodge.
I noticed that Matthew King, the ecology report, he was not satisfied with the final, he kept coming back with further points, and he was satisfied with the GCN at one stage, but still had reservations about the BNG.
So, and that directly goes to the point around the date of submission for this application, which is February 2024, and the date of the introduction of national requirements for biodiversity net gain, which applied to applications submitted after the 2nd of April 2024. So we're outside of the ability to apply biodiversity net gain, and we don't require the application to provide the biodiversity net gain metric. But what we can do is, because LP16 was in place September 2023, and that did require sites to make provision for biodiversity net gain of at least 10%, we have that provided within the plans. So while we can't use the nationally worded condition, we can use a locally worded condition to secure that as well, and we have that shown on the plans.
So he refers to a biodiversity enhancement layout, which is not something I've come across before. So is that where we are now?
So the biodiversity enhancement layout is slightly different. So the net gain is increase of habitat. The enhancement is provision within the development itself for biodiversity. So that is things like swift bricks, bee bricks, house martin cups under high points of eaves. It can be sunken hibernacular or sunken wood, which is left to rot for stag beetles if you're in the particular area. So we would get enhancement of the red line site itself, but then we'd also get delivery of the additional habitat within the site as well.
Yeah, and I've just noticed that, just carrying on from that, the council encourages integral features, which obviously have a long lifespan compared to the exterior ones. So that will be built in.
And we condition biodiversity enhancement layout to come in with the application or with the discharge of conditions, which would set out exactly what is going where within the development. So we would have that as well.
Mm-hmm. Right. Thank you.
Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. I was just wondering about the materials on site, because you showed some very nice old timbers inside the barns. Do they get retained in some form? And also some parts of the building, I think it was the cart lodge, half of it's getting taken down. I mean, if there's timbers or tiles that are reusable, is that part of is the expectation that the materials that can be saved will be saved on the site?
So in terms of the listed building consent, we would be requiring structural surveys for all buildings so that we can determine the extent of what historic fabric is to be retained and what would need to be replaced or intervened with. We'd also agree manufacturer's details for all new external materials, and all brickwork would need to accord with a sample panel on site. Presumably, and I'll get confirmation from our heritage colleague, presumably if we've got any material through demolition which is still of a suitable character, the preference might be for reuse of that within the site, but I'll confirm that.
Yeah, so obviously with the cart lodge, it's not as historic as some of the other buildings, particularly that end of the building has moved a few times on the historic maps, so I'm not too bothered about the loss of that section of the building. I would always prefer retention of materials to stay on site if possible. A lot of the works, particularly things like if we can with the roofs, we would strip them and then ask for those tiles to be put back onto the roof, and any tiles that are left on site that are from other parts could then be reused in that work if they fit. And I think there is a condition then that if they don't, or if they require more because they've lost more tiles than they have to retain, then they can provide some details and some photographs of some additional reclaimed materials. But it's only really in that instance that I would accept reclaimed materials. It's when they've come from site, or if we're retaining what we already have and we're just trying to match nicely.
Come back, Councillor Elkin.
Sorry, just from my understanding, does that cover internal timbers as well? Because obviously you could tell you don't get that bend unless they're pretty old. But I didn't know if I didn't think we were allowed to particularly condition what's going on inside the building. If the developer wished to take all those lovely old timbers out, would they be allowed to, or do they have to stay as long as they're structurally sound?
If they're structurally sound, I would expect them to retain them. Yeah. Okay, they are part of the list. Effectively, they're curtilage listed, so if they cover listed building consent. So just as much as I wouldn't be allowing anyone inside a home to remove all the timbers in their home, I'm not going to allow it inside the barns either. And I think that actually a lot of the value in the conversion is those pieces. So I don't think it's likely that they'll take any more than they have to. And they will be providing not only a structural survey afterwards, but also a historic assessment of fully of the barns once they've been cleared out of everything else, so that we can, and of all of the ivy and everything as well, so that we can know exactly how much we're losing and how much of historic interest might be compromised in that. And unfortunately, it's just a case in this example that it can't be secured in advance of an application being decided, just because of the agricultural use of the barns at the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think my question's a bit along the same line as to the drawings are very neat and tidy, very square and everything, whereas the actual buildings have actually got a much more organic shape to them. The roofs are curved. Is it possible to actually sort of retain some of that character within as part of the development?
I'm not really sure if when barns are, I think a lot of the curves that you see in the roofs are actually, it's due to the lack of maintenance of the building rather than due to an intentional way that the building was intended to be drawn. It would have been quite straightened up, and a lot of the time when a barn is converted, a lot of the exterior materials are upgraded in that process and it straightens everything out. So it does look on the exterior to be quite modern, and it's the interior that retains all of that curviness and all of those timbers. So I guess it depends on things like the insulation approach. If they're going to insulate outside of the timber frame, that's going to end up with quite straight lines, and the same with the roof. If they have to insulate above the roof rafters, then that will end up giving them quite a straight edge. I'm not fussed either way, as long as it's structurally sound and that the building functions properly, because that, to me, that's the main concern, is making sure that we retain the building and that the building is reused and secured for future generations.
Thank you.
Councillor Overett.
Thank you. With the part of the plan that's outside of the red line, I think that's the visibility display, have the relevant landowners been notified?
So there is no requirement for visibility displays at the junction of Church Road. The access point is onto the private track, and it's my understanding that that's within the ownership of the applicant. So no notices need to be served.
Councillor Penny.
Similarly about the red line, I can see that there is one pond that's indicated as part of the red line, but there's a pond on the other side of the access road. Is that also within the same ownership? It appears to be outside the red line plan. But
no, any pond shown not within the red line is in another party's ownership.
Right.
But my understanding is that the way that the testing for great crested newts works is because that's an eDNA sample. It's a sample of the water which is then tested for GCN DNA within it, and if you have a positive match, it's likely that great crested newts are within that pond, so you can then apply required mitigation requirements.
Councillor Hardingham, did I see your hand up at one point? Am I dreaming? Councillor Overett.
Yeah, we've got like 2 4-bedroom homes and 3 3-bedroom homes. I think the last application, one of those buildings was divided into 2, which might to some degree bring a greater level of public benefit in relation to the neighbourhood plan. I mean, is there any scope for us to require that?
There isn't a neighbourhood plan for Battersford that I'm aware of. The mix of buildings would accord with what we require within the SHMA more generally across the district. In terms of the buildings themselves, the footprint is the footprint of the buildings, and to an extent the architect needs to use that space as best they can. I think probably as well there's probably viability considerations regarding the work that needs to be done to the site to bring it forward. So it might be that that's been the mix of bedrooms within the proposed development has been taken forward with a view towards making sure that the development can be financially viable to bring forward.
So is that because of the decay of the building since they first applied for it?
I can double check what the mix was at DC 1803787 was, and I can come back to members if members want to continue into questions, or if members want to take a minute and I can look that up for them.
You'll come back, yeah.
Yeah, a question about the possibility of... Oh, sorry, beg your pardon.
apologies, I've not done that. So previously 1 3-bed and then 4 4-bed units were proposed in the DC18. So we've got the addition of a 3-bed within the mix.
Thank you. Councillor Hardingham.
Just a question about the possibility of including PV panels at some point. I'm aware that we have a supplementary planning document kind of in the pipeline somewhere on the provision of PV panels without planning permission within the curtilage of listed buildings. While the buildings are in conversion and extensive refurbishment, it would be relatively straightforward to put, say, in-roof panels, which then wouldn't look all that dissimilar to the roof lights which are proposed. And the buildings are quite well aligned because they run north-south, so you could put east-west facing panels which wouldn't be visible from the hall necessarily. I would like that to be looked on favourably at some point during this process.
So we do have a condition for details of sustainability measures to be outlined. I suppose, similar to the discussion on the previous item, if they weren't to be brought forward, ducting within the buildings might be a useful thing for bringing them forward afterwards. I think at this point I probably need to turn to my heritage colleague because there might be a heritage impact to discuss and consider as well.
That's why I referred to the supplementary planning document, which I know we have, has been on the cards for quite a long time.
Yeah, so I fully appreciate the concerns with regards to energy efficiency and sustainability, and I think that in this case it's worth remembering that as a curtilage listed barn they are given exactly the same protection as the building itself, which means that it's effectively asking if you can put panels directly onto the listed building, of which at the moment in the UK we are looking at maybe a handful of buildings have got approval for that work. So obviously one very high profile one in Cambridge not too long ago. Now I know that it's the intention of the council to move forward with this sort of plan, and that is something that we are agreeing. And luckily on a site like this we have it's not particularly constrained for space, so there is quite a lot of space for ground mounted arrays, which I would prefer in the first instance, just because they remove it from the immediate setting of the listed building. I think that when you put a red tile roof on the building, you have a very traditional vernacular looking building, and a PV panel conflicts with that quite considerably because it is obviously a black modular block on the building. Now when we allow people to put on a roof light, for example, there's obviously a benefit in adding light into the building, and also we try and reduce the amount of roof lights that we allow into listed buildings to only a few. And if we were talking about maybe adding 3 or 4 panels across the entire roof, maybe we might think that was acceptable, or at least that we could move forward with it. But the reality is, in order to make it viable for energy consumption, it's going to need to be an entire roof space that's covered, and I think what we would need from the applicants is an understanding of the energy uses of the building, how that they could improve that to make sure that the building was as energy efficient as possible, and whether or not the panels not only could be reduced to the point where we wouldn't need too many of them, but also that they would be sufficient in providing for their needs. So and this is still in line with Historic England guidance, so I'd like to just point that one out, that the whole building approach is the best approach for this sort of thing. So it's always worth considering, as a very large open plan space, how much energy efficiency can be achieved within the building, and how much energy is it going to require just to run a building of that size, and whether or not we can add panels on if the benefits outweigh the harm that will occur to the listed building. That's obviously my job is to identify the harm, and it's Dan's job to identify the benefits. So that kind of viability on energy use, and how well the building can perform, and how well the panels can actually provide that, and also whether or not there are other alternative options that would also support the building. So for example, the use of solar panels in the garden, in a ground-mounted array, or even on an outbuilding or an additional cart lodge. That some of the buildings are having little cart lodges added. Perhaps we might be more less restrictive on that. Particularly, we are not too bothered as well for slate roofs. You can get smaller panels that look very much like slate. I'm happy and I've approved and would agree to that sort of thing as well. So there are definitely options. I'm not sure whether I would ever come out in a position of no harm if we were putting panels directly onto the roof of such large vernacular buildings in the countryside, I'm afraid.
Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, this is possibly mixing up both these applications, but supposing this application was refused and the barns continue to deteriorate, at what point would the heritage team force the owner to maintain them so they wouldn't fall down and be destroyed?
That's an interesting question, and not one that it doesn't regularly come up, to be honest with you. I don't think that the heritage team well, it would be the role of our enforcement team to protect and clean up the site, for example, to make sure it's untidy and that the building is maintained. And I would hope that the intrinsic value of the buildings, either as agricultural buildings or as a possible conversion in the future, given they have already received approval in the past, would give enough motivation for any owner to protect them further. I do appreciate that they have degraded over the last couple of years, but not sufficiently enough to warrant too much concern at this stage. And it's worth remembering that some of these barns are, when I say hundreds of years, we are talking 6, 7, possibly even 800 years old. And they've probably seen worse times than this. So they are almost certainly going to continue to stand unless something catastrophic happens to the building. So yeah, I think that's more of a question for enforcement. And I would certainly be supportive of anything that maintained the building. So for example, maintaining the roofing structure, making sure that it was protected in the short term, and then providing that support to enforcement to try and move forward with the homeowners. Although, like I said, it's not something that we do very often. We try to work with homeowners rather than forcing their hand. So I guess only time will tell.
I think Gemma would like to come in.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. No problem with the question or answer. It was just to remind members that in terms of our decision making, that the MPPF doesn't allow us to take deliberate neglect, damage, or any deterioration into account in our decision. So the decision we're making can't be based on essentially that deterioration or any neglect. So yes, helpful to know what might happen, but just wanted to just bring that point out from paragraph 209. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any more questions, Lucy?
Thank you, Chair. I may have missed it somewhere, but do we know how they're being heated? It mentioned underfloor heating, but I don't know if it's specified air source heat pumps.
So my understanding is that air source isn't necessarily always best for barn conversions, just because the space that's required to be heated is so large. In coming up with the conditions, our environmental health team have said if air source heat pumps are to be used, we want details of the noise. In discussion with the agent, we're agreed that if air source heat pumps are used on any of the buildings for heating, we'll get the details of the noise to satisfy environmental health. But it's not necessarily clear at this stage what the proposed heating solution for the buildings would be.
So is it likely to be, it's not going to be gas, I imagine, so it's going to be potentially oil?
Probably not. It could be, well, you could also look into sort of pellet burners, yes, or straw burners and things.
Electric boiler.
Electric boilers instead.
Need some solar to go with it. Okay, so we don't know at this point what's proposed. Thank you.
Is there any more questions for the case officer? Oh, Lucy.
Sorry, I just had one more. I mean, I know it's covered at outline, but the access track looks ever so narrow. Is there going to be any passing places or anything like that, as Highways asked for anything like that?
Highways haven't asked for passing places within their response on this one. They didn't require it on the previous applications either. What we have got is a requirement for a construction method statement, and and their suggestion previously, and we've pulled this forward from the previous approvals, is that includes any details of HGV routing, so we know when that is to be, where that is to come. We know details of delivery times as well, so that neighbours can be as within the construction process there is inevitably some disturbance to neighbouring properties, but if we can use the construction method statement to minimise that as far as possible, or to provide clear guidance on what the hours of delivery are, what the routes for delivery are, then we can secure that via condition.
Can I come back? I think I was thinking more of not so much the construction, because I know there'll be a plan for that, but afterwards, if there's 5 homes likely to have at least a couple of cars each, so a lot of people going up and down that track. So I think we all know what'll happen. There'll be sort of muddy ruts down the verge.
So in terms of highways, they haven't required improvement of the track.
And does that mean we can't at this point?
Well, they don't consider the additional 5 to warrant intensification of the use of that track. They think it should still be sufficient for the number of vehicles that would traverse it.
Even though it wasn't being used really for some time.
Well, there are a number of other properties that utilise the track and the junction at present.
Do we know how many?
I think there are at least 3 surrounding this site. Battersford Hall, the property that's adjacent, the Cart Lodge, and then there's another to sort of the northeast.
I'm just struggling to see how 3 to 8 isn't intensification, but I appreciate, it sounds like there's nothing we can do if it's highways haven't complained. Thank you.
I'm just aware that the ward member has to leave, so I don't want to rush people, but are there any more questions? Okay, cool. So we'll move on to the public speakers to address the committee regarding the application number DC/24/00793 only. So we have got no one here from the parish council, but we've got 2 objectors. I don't know if you're going to split the time.
I'm going to speak.
Okay, so you are Andrew Britton?
I am Andrew Britton, yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Your 3 minutes starts as soon as you start talking.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I speak today to object on behalf of 3 households adjacent to the site. There have always been sound reasons to refuse this development in principle, and that's a view that's been unanimously taken by Battersford Parish Council twice, both in 2018 and in 2024, and has been clearly articulated in their written objection, which makes a convincing case for you to consider, leading to an option to refuse in principle today. The time taken to get this application before you today is testament to the issues and the application shortcomings. It's before you because it's not straightforward and it requires a fair and balanced determination, as has been recognised by our District Councillor, Dr Daniel Pratt. Your guiding principle is set out in the MPPF. A balanced judgment will be required, having regard to the scale of harm or loss and the significance of the heritage asset. We question the undue weight and the consequent constraint heritage considerations have been afforded. You have or are about to grant listed building consent, indicating that you're content with any development here will not be a significant harm to the heritage asset, i.e. Battersford Hall. We contend less weight should be applied to heritage. None of the existing derelict buildings or the site are listed in their own right. Historic England have previously turned down a request, reference 1468498, to list the site and barns. Historic England's guidance suggests that the barns fails their curtilage definitions. MSDC confirmed to me and my wife, as we live in the rear part of Battersford Hall to the north, i.e. Hall Farmhouse, is not considered listed. That was in 2021. Further, a building condition survey should have been conducted by now, and that would have illuminated many of the points raised by members. Together, this reduces the significance of the heritage asset and the weight you should give to the report's argument seeking preservation. Rather, a more balanced judgment in favour of conservation is what we'd suggest. I'll now talk to the scale of harm or loss of ecology and critical site considerations, and I will increase my pace. In sum, more weight is deserved for habitat and ecological factors, and we question the validity of the application. On ecology, we have had some new information today which we weren't aware of. However, in sum, the 2nd of May report says there's insufficient ecological information for determination. They also pointed out that herbicide spraying compromised the ecology surveys, and that by allowing the application date to stand, which is very unusual, usually these things are asked to be renewed, allowing that to stand has avoided the requirements of the BNG rules that came in on the 2nd of April. So now turning to roads, visibility displays and passing places. Concerns were raised previously on the previous application. All applications ought to show the full route that connects the site to the public highway. This one does not. And so it avoids the issue of displays at the blind bends. May I continue, because this is the case officer gave a joint presentation. There's no point breaking the two into two, because that makes it incoherent. My last sentence would be that we have an alternate proposal which we have discussed and we presented to the developer, and we propose that you defer the decision rather than approve today, to allow for a site inspection and for further consideration, and for the application to be, for its shortcomings to be discussed further.
Is there any questions for the objector? And then we'll move on to the agent, who is Mr. Rob Marsh-Filey. If you'd like to start, your 3 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking.
Yeah, thank you. To be honest, this is actually a personal statement, because his capacity of the agent has been diminished somewhat. Since the time taken to get this application approved, my client has decided to close his business, lay 15 staff off, jeopardise my own business, and of a client of 20 years doing barn conversions in Suffolk. This is quite disappointing. I think the planning system at the moment is broken. It's not fit for purpose. Even the government's new consultation paper that was issued on Friday states the fact that small developers are unduly compromised by the current planning system. In the last 10 years, the rate of planning approvals for small developers have dropped from 22% to 9.3% of housing applications. Housing in this country is now dominated by big developers, and small developers has been acknowledged as being the backbone of the housing system and getting things done in this country. So moving on swiftly to the application itself. This application came before this committee back in October 2019 and was given unanimous approval, other than one abstention, or unanimous on the listed application. And so it's difficult to see the need for it to come back into the committee and be discussed for exactly the same scheme. When I put the scheme in February, I put exactly the same drawings, exactly the same reports in the understanding that we'd get a reasonably swift decision on the process, bearing in mind we still had 8 weeks of the valid planning approval to run. It's disappointing. The original the barns themselves are quite fantastic examples of the Suffolk heritage, agricultural heritage of this county. They are curtilage listed. There may be some debate about that, but at the moment they're still classified as curtilage listed. One of the barns, had it still had its original roof, would be one of the best examples probably in the country, to be honest. It's just a shame that the main roof of that has long since disappeared and been replaced. All the structure is pretty intact. I've been doing barn conversions in Suffolk for over 40 years, and in all that time, these are some of the best preserved examples that I'm doing. I've got another 5 in Stonham at the moment, where 2 of the bays have already collapsed, and taking your point about what happens to them if they deteriorate. If they deteriorate, they fall down and disappear, and we lose a really important Suffolk heritage asset. Yeah, so yeah, it goes on a bit longer, but obviously I'm in support of the application as an independent person, as a passionate believer in the historic fabric of Suffolk, and I'll do my best to do the development proud. And it's a shame that the development might not actually happen now, because my developer has now pulled the plug on his business.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the agent? Okay, we'll move on to the ward member, Daniel Pratt. Thanks very much, Dan.
Thank you, Chair. So as we've heard, the site has a very recent planning history, with the permission to convert the 5 buildings being granted in March 2021. The proposal was then called in to be decided by the Planning Committee on the grounds of sustainability of the projects, because it was locally controversial. It still remains controversial locally. I've also called it in on the grounds of, the fact that the site is quite a sensitive landscape for both heritage, with its Grade 1 listed church and Grade 2 listed Battersford Hall within the area, and also for biological diversity as well. You've seen on the pictures that the site contains a lot of regenerating vegetation and scrub, which are quite rich habitats for wildlife. It has 5 ponds with varying kind of conditions in water quality, and also sort of areas of bare ground as well, which is also suitable for many sort of rare insect species. Battersford Parish Council maintained their objections in March 2024, another reason why I brought it in for consideration by committee. Their main concerns were that it was not a sustainable location due to its hinterland position outside the settlement boundary with little infrastructure. We've had discussions about the road and few amenities. The site doesn't meet the requirements for affordable housing as identified in their parish survey. Access is via a narrow minor road called Church Road, which then becomes a single-lane farm track to access the properties. And you've seen in the pictures also that the condition of that road could probably be improved if the use of it is to become more intensive. There are, as I've referred to earlier, potential impacts on wildlife, including hazel dormice, grey-crested newts and bats, which have been cited by local residents, and many of these have been noted in surveys as well. Structural integrity of the buildings was also a point. On the whole, generally speaking, I feel that during the planning process and with the documents that have been submitted by the developer and the agent, that many of these concerns have been ironed out and addressed on balance. The conversion of the barns to dwellings will bring these historical curtilage listed buildings back into use, whilst hopefully preserving their material fabric and heritage value. And this element in particular in our local planning policy enables the development outside the settlement boundary. Whilst no affordable housing is being provided on the site, I do find it's a slight pity that no commuted sum is being brought forward to supply any affordable housing elsewhere. We've had lots of documentation from Heritage and Ecology, and precautionary measures have been agreed to minimise disturbance to wildlife during the construction phase. We've talked about BNG, the BNG policy. I think there has been a bit of confusion around this as to whether the biodiversity enhancements are to be secured through the national BNG policy mechanism. Our case officer has explained that that is not the case, so I would like some sort of confirmation really that in this case the applicant does not need to submit relative baseline assessments and on-site habitat mapping that would be in line with a planning policy biodiversity net gain assessment. I was concerned by reports of herbicide spraying in the vicinity of the main pond, which is also referred to as Pond 1 in the documentation, which may have affected cover for newts. But I do think we have to acknowledge that the ponds are perhaps one of the greatest biodiversity assets in the site. And the ecology report suggests that they represent good suitability for great crested newts. Some consideration should probably be given to making these ponds, turning them around from being good suitability to excellent, potentially by improving macrophyte cover and maybe reducing fish numbers. Through the redevelopment of barns and tidying of the surrounding land to make gardens, we should also consider recreating some of the naturally generating habitat that's going to be lost by enabling some scrub development, maybe creating south-facing ground scrapes to encourage and support more diverse assemblages of insect species. Some of this could potentially be accommodated within the BNG land or possibly alongside some of the newly planted hedgerows that provide screening between the and a boundary between the different plots. So these measures are supported by our supplementary planning documents on our district's biodiversity action plan. The current site provides excellent habitat for bats. One of the great things about decaying, dilapidated buildings is the roof spaces they provide for bats. 5 species were recorded. We must really ensure that this development utilises the most effective compensation and enhancement measures that were on the ecologists' recommendations to ensure that we get the best outcome for bat populations and we don't have any losses. I felt it was really unclear as to whether air source heat pumps, solar, which we've discussed a bit, or other renewable technologies are going to be used to heat and power the homes. But their incorporation, I think, should be strongly encouraged given the costs and disruption involved in retrofitting processes, which may be impossible on these buildings, and the level of carbon emissions associated with adding new oil and gas fueled systems in new developments. There are many local examples, like Orchard Barn in neighbouring Ringshaw, detailing the use of traditional materials such as sheep's wool or hemp fibre that are compatible with historical buildings and achieve high insulation ratings required by renewable heating technologies. However, if this is not achievable on the barns, then other carbon neutral systems could be considered, such as the biomass system that's being used nearby on Church Road at a site called Manor Farm, which uses a straw fuel to heat the new St John's Barns developments there. I do think, having listened to the discussion, that using heritage materials on the external surfaces of these buildings is not outside of our capabilities. Again, if you look at Orchard Barn, they use lime renders and plasters on the inside and outsides of their buildings where it's needed. We can source clay bricks. We can use lime-based mortars to secure the sort of historical fabric and sort of, structure of those buildings. So I do think that we could probably be a bit more stronger when it comes to that. So in summary, I want to support this proposal, but I would like the committee to discuss how we can ensure the best outcomes for biodiversity and heritage. So to summarise in particular, determine whether biodiversity enhancements are secured through biodiversity net gain policy mechanism or not, to consider additional suggestions I've made to improve net gains for wildlife on the site, consider the use of sustainable heating systems on the site, consider additional requirements to ensure materials used on the development are as close to the existing building fabric as possible. We need to ensure the HG route plan is sufficient and that other measures are in place to minimise disturbance to residents, and perhaps the access track could be left in a better condition than it's found. I would just like to thank the Chair and the Planning Committee for their time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Are there any questions for the ward member? Right, in that case, I will Well, I'll open up the item for debate, and who would like to start? Councillor Hardingham, I'm looking at you.
On the whole, I'm very much in favour of preserving the fabric of old buildings. I mean, I've got a barn conversion myself. Not a house, but nevertheless one that's been moved on site and refurbished. I would do it better nowadays. I would use heritage traditional materials. I would certainly use sheep's wool, wood fibre, insulation sheets. If there's brickwork to be repaired or refurbished, they certainly ought to be done with old bricks where possible and with lime mortars. My main concern over this is on the ecology, really, and the loss of those features which are necessarily part of a deteriorating fabric like this. I mean, ivy is a fantastic habitat, both for insects and for nesting birds. So I'm not clear that we will be able to achieve a BNG, well, not BNG, but a biodiversity uplift on the site at all, given that we're going to lose an awful lot of that. And I think we would want to be putting as much effort as possible into ensuring that there are adequate sites, both for maternity roosts and winter roosts for bats in particular, in line with what Councillor Pratt had to say.
Anyone else? Councillor Lawrence?
I'm just trying to seek clarification. Did we not hear earlier that there's no bats, from the bats report, there's no bats on site?
My understanding is that there are some bats on site. One of the recommendations from Ecology is to secure a bat licence prior to works to the barns going ahead. So we would need to, legally, you would need to have the bat licence in place before the works to those barns took place. So we do have bats on site.
Councillor Elkin?
It's kind of more of a question. Sort of, given that old barns are really fabulous resources for all sorts of creatures, Councillor Pratt listed a whole range of measures from scrapes and scrub to, I mean, you can put owl boxes in, swift bricks, whatever it is. How much of that are we able to condition?
So in terms of the recommended conditions, we have the mitigation requirements during development. Mm-hmm. So that those are set out in the reports. Basically, you'll do as you've said you're going to do. That's quite straightforward. In terms of net gain and enhancement, I think we're getting slightly confused. So the net gain, there is an area shown on the site which would deliver additional habitat, and net gain is all about delivering additional habitat. Enhancement is all about adding nice things that biodiversity likes onto the site. And that's all those things like owl boxes, bat boxes, swift bricks, bee bricks, high vernacular. One of the conditions recommended by Ecology is for an enhancement layout to be provided and agreed. So that will give the additional detail, it will give the location, what's been provided, and it will be designed in accordance with the recommendations of the original preliminary ecological appraisal of the site from 2024. We'd also be looking at securing a bat licence. We've just spoken about that. But then we would also be looking to secure a wildlife sensitive lighting scheme for the site should any lighting of the scheme come forward. Now I think given its rural location, I think any lighting of the scheme is more likely to be sort of householder style lighting to identify dwellings as you drive up to them. That would be covered by that condition. So we do have a range of conditions already suggested for members within the report. I think in terms of improvement of the ponds that Councillor Pratt mentioned, my only consideration around that is the ponds aren't part of the red line or the blue line ownership of the applicant. So you'd be looking to secure improvement of ponds that are outside the ownership of the applicant, so their ability to improve them is neither here nor there. It depends on a third party to agree, and that would potentially be unlawful.
Okay. So we don't have the details at the moment, but the condition is it will
We
get
would, yeah,
looked at.
we would be getting the detail as it comes forward, and if the development didn't move forward, as it didn't following the decision on the 2018 applications, the site would just be left as is. So it would remain in its current state and probably continue to deteriorate. Although, given that they're curtilage listed, that wouldn't form part of our consideration. The state of the buildings wouldn't form part of our consideration were we to get this application again.
Councillor Penny?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Hardigan's initial observations. With reference to the ward member, he referred to building materials. Are there ways of conditioning those at this stage, or would they come through later?
So within the listed building consent, we do have a condition suggested that any new materials be brought to the site be approved so that they are close visual matches to what's already existing on site. And I think when we were discussing the officer's report, I think a question was raised as well about the reuse of existing material that might come about following demolition of some of the parts of the site. And I think probably if members were inclined to agree, I think that could be added to the listed building consent, such that you retain an attempt to reuse materials from within the site. Does that make sense?
It just to my mind, it seems that we're I'm in favour of preserving buildings and reusing what is there already as far as is possible. It's more a question of how we can condition the site to get the best out of it and keep everyone happy. There is a similar development in my ward where some conversions have taken place near a listed building. The access road was eventually improved by the applicant just out of necessity. I think the owner of the main house was also the owner of the development and probably got fed up himself of trying to negotiate cars coming the other way. I don't know whether anything could be offered by the potential developer here in that regard. We'll see.
Councillor Warboys.
Well, to be honest, I actually like this this proposal. I think the comments from the Heritage Office sort of kind of swing it for me in the fact that unless a new use is found for these buildings, they're eventually going to deteriorate and disappear. And it is important to actually sort of keep the heritage context. The fact that the site is going to be tidied up, as it were, and it's been much clearer, the links of this sort of working farm and hall and everything will be much clearer for future generations. And as well, it's producing 5 substantial housing. I'm just looking at the heritage part of this docket. It's in 2 parts, and which is a bit confusing, but the conditions and the heritage don't actually sort of appear to me to cover materials and sort of retention of materials on site and use of materials. Perhaps they do. It's just, I think that seems to be a point. I think we've been satisfied on the conditions with regard to biodiversity net gain, but I think that just perhaps needs a little clarification.
Would you like to clarify that, Dan, or the Heritage Officer?
So potentially it's more an issue with my report than with Kathleen's suggested conditions. I mean, just in terms of trying to provide members with sort of the brevity of what the condition would secure, we kind of cut down on the detail, but that means your reports can be 10 pages or less, rather than, you know, if we were to word for word provide the conditions, that might be quite difficult. I think we already have a condition regarding the materials being brought to site and the brick panel. So that would be a sample panel, so we'd have control over brick type, bond type, mortar mix, joint profile, bond type. It's just whether, if members felt it was necessary or appropriate to do so, whether or not you want to consider adding a condition to the listed building consent to say that actually materials secured through the demolition of buildings on site shall be retained on site and reused where possible within the redevelopment of the existing barns. That would be my suggestion. We can double check with Heritage whether that is okay in terms of reuse of materials within site from the demolished parts of the cart lodge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have requested a couple of conditions on external materials, and also, to answer the question earlier, I've also requested details on insulation and the approach that they're going to use, including materials, so that we can ensure that they are breathable and that they don't impact the visual appearance of the building by being too much. But yeah, we currently have a condition just on, but it doesn't specify or restrict the applicant in what they submit, but it does ask for information about any external cladding materials on the listed building consent that will be used in the conversions of barns. So yeah, I would be fine if we had a restrictive condition that basically said that they would need to reuse materials on site. I think that would be absolutely, yeah. I think when I first asked for these conditions, we were not aware that we were going to be losing that cart lodge, so that's probably why it's not been included at that stage. And I must have omitted it when I gave my updated comments. But I think it's a great idea, and I don't have any issue with it, provided they can be instated into the rest of the project quite well. I don't see a problem with it.
And some of the materials aren't going to be suitable anyway. We don't need to retain the corrugated iron sheets or anything. So with that in mind, I'm happy to propose that we approve this application.
Thank you very much. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Elkin, are you happy to second?
I'm not seconding. I just had one more question.
Oh, right. I'm just looking for a seconder first. Is there anyone that would like to second it? Councillor Lawrence, thank you. So, Councillor Morgan, would you like to speak?
Hello there.
Oh, sorry.
I was wondering if it's within our powers at all, talking about the biodiversity gain and the bats and the other insects and preservation and concerns, whether we can have a time lapse within the development so that, for example, not everything is knocked down and, well, knocked down is a bit extreme, but preserve the materials and taken down all at one time, so that there are still other buildings where these bats and other insects can inhabit while the new bat bricks and all the provisions are taken in according to the biodiversity gain. If there is any way that one can do a lapse of timing within the different buildings within this development.
We could possibly do a scheme for phasing so that the developer can put forward. My slight concern, you've heard from the applicant the time that this has taken, and that then the constraint that would add to them, and it is secured by condition, and I'd just shake the head that might be a problem for them. Sort of time-wise, when you've got a company who's under pressure, adding a further restriction on that during bat seasons, they will already be constrained potentially by the district level licence for the time in which they can undertake the works at certain times of the year where bats are roosting, maternity roosts, for example. So I think that probably does go far enough without causing sort of undue problems with the bats in particular, but bearing in mind the developer as well.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. Anyway, is there anyone who would like to speak? Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. It was just a quick final question. So we did talk about air source heat pumps. Can we do anything to encourage use of some form of renewable heating? I think Dan mentioned that air source heat pumps don't work well in big old barns. I was in a big converted agricultural building I visited last week. That was huge. They only turned the heating on in December and January because they used solar gain, incredible insulation. They had a nice solid floor. It's like it can all be done, and the technology is there. Are we allowed to do anything about encouraging its use?
It slightly depends on the barn as well.
Sure.
If you've got a barn with a nice thick concrete pad, then maybe you could. I mean, I think probably under the sustainability details condition, we could already get detail of that. I think what I want to be careful of is pushing the developer too far in one direction or towards one particular technology, when I think probably the nature of the conversions is it's probably likely to be a bespoke solution for each individual building on site, and I don't necessarily want to say it has to be air source or it has to be. Or
that's what I was trying to say.
We could get that detail through the sustainability condition, but the agents already agreed that where we do require, where air source heat pumps would be used, so maybe on the smaller buildings like the cart lodge and the pig shed, which are mainly brick built, air source heat pump might be more appropriate, but we retain the ability to get the detail of the noise output from the air source heat pump so that we can make consideration about noise pollution that might be accompanying the use of an air source heat pump on those buildings.
Thank you. No, I wasn't saying they all have to be air source heat pumps. Just we're going to get the sustainability statement, but if they come back and say no, we don't fancy using any renewable energy.
So there would be the case whereby they would have to submit a scheme. If they submitted a scheme and they said nothing, we're not doing anything, we would have to say whether that achieves the requirements of the condition, which is likely to be a no. There would be a balance with any heritage impacts that, as we've talked earlier, if there's, we've got to plaster the whole thing in solar panels, that might cause more of an issue. We will have to balance the two slightly competing elements, but that would certainly be something, we wouldn't anticipate saying no to that. We've got, we would anticipate saying no if they weren't delivering the sustainability aspects we expect, because it's set out in our joint local plan, so we can say you've not achieved those requirements. Yes, there might be some balances, but overall we would still expect a package that achieved some of those sustainability measures.
Councillor Hardingham.
Well, I would just like to back up what Councillor Elkin said, that we have the technology to insulate a building to any standard really nowadays. So you can build to passive house standard, and we have some fantastic sustainable and breathable insulation materials available now. I don't think there's necessarily a problem with using any sort of technology to heat these buildings, and I would really like to avoid having fossil fuel heating built into a new conversion like this. I think it would be a very retrograde way of dealing with it. Additionally, it could be well suited to a small district heating scheme, like Councillor Pratt mentioned at Manor Farm. Although, of course, that needs maintenance by somebody.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak before we go to vote? I will now ask the Area Planning Manager to read out the proposal on the table before we go to vote.
Thank you, Chair. So just to confirm, we are only voting on the planning application. We've got the listed building consent to go. So where those conditions about materials were mentioned, we're not including those currently. But when we come back, there'll be another recommendation with more conditions. So actually, the approval on this one is the recommendation, which is on page 130, and there are no additional conditions on the planning. But I have made note of the materials points on the listed buildings for when we come back to debate on that. Thank you, Chair.
Cool. Thank you. So I will now ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Members, that vote is now in progress. Thank you, Chair. That vote is 8 votes for, so that's unanimous.
Thank you very much. So we'll move straight on to item 7E. And so we will, I will now invite the public speakers to address the committee regarding application number DC/24/00794. So we have no one from the Parish Council, but we have the objector, Andrew Britton. If you'd like to speak, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, returning to my previous remarks, these applications are not straightforward, and we're looking for we suggest you need to make a balanced determination. One part I omitted previously, which may still be worth remarking on, is the fact that the developer doesn't own the unclassified road linking the site to the highway, and we understand that the site plan must show this. The access land is either edged in red or blue, supported by legal notices to the landowners, with proof that they've been served and agreed to protect both the existing and future users. And our understanding is that this application cannot proceed further on that basis. And moreover, planning conditions required to be enforceable as set out in paragraph 56 of the MPPF. And that if planning authorities that approve plans and set conditions attached to a consent, knowing that they cannot be enforced, will be acting ultra vires and leave themselves vulnerable to the charge of negligence in public office. That's the advice we've had. Coming back to the heritage points and the listed building consent, we question the validity and the weight that's been added in heritage concerns. I've covered many of these points, but it's balancing the heritage with the ecology, and we just feel that there's a little too much weight on heritage and not enough on ecology, and in particular it's not just the areas set aside, but it's important to look at wildlife corridors, so that all this fantastically diverse wildlife which we see on a daily basis can continue to move across the site. And therefore we've recommended options for a better site layout, and we've discussed these with the developer, we've shared them with our district councillor, and this would involve moving one or two of the structures, but would allow for it would allow these wildlife corridors, it would reduce overshadowing and therefore improve solar efficiency, it would improve privacy and amenity to both existing and future residents. And that is a better way forward that will provide better outcomes long term for habitat, for wildlife, for amenity, and for privacy for both new and existing residents. So we were hoping to suggest you might defer today to allow for the better consideration of a better site plan, perhaps to look at the site yourselves and see why it's been designated a quiet lane, to look at the state of the unclassified road, see the narrow blind bends and the conditions of the derelict barns and sheds. That would allow time for a debate on a better plan than the one you've been given today, and then perhaps you could reconvene and then follow that MPPF advice to make a balanced judgment which weighs up all the different factors and addresses the overbalance that we see that's been placed on heritage. Thank you. I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. We are here to discuss the thing in front of us, not any future things that might come up. Gemma, would you like to address what he was saying about access at the start?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say we are now on the LBC rather than the planning, but I'm happy to cover that. We have just spoken about it. Essentially, yes, normally we would expect the red line to go up to and including the access to the highway. Dan has explored this with Suffolk County Council Highways, who have reviewed that point explicitly and concluded that they were content that that is the point of the access onto highway, and that was the point they've taken. And following a detailed review, I'm sure we could provide more, but essentially we were satisfied with that point. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Has anyone got any questions for the objector?
Well, it's sort of related to what the objector was just saying.
To Gemma or to the objector?
But the objector was just indicating that they had an alternative plan, which sounded like they wanted to move the buildings, or a couple of the buildings.
Dave, we're not here to listen to about what might happen in the future or their advice. We're here to determine what we're here for, this one in front of us. Is that right?
So, any alternative plans are not part of the planning application that we have before us today, members. No application showing that development is with the local planning authority. So the alternative scheme is not part of the application, and members cannot give it any weight in their considerations. Movement of curtilage listed buildings is probably not likely to be in the best interests of the heritage of those buildings or in the historic fabric of those buildings. So I think I would generally advise against any movement of curtilage listed buildings or listed buildings.
Thank you for indirectly answering my clumsy question. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions for the objector? Okay, so we have no supporter and the applicant is still here. Would you like to speak again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, there's been quite a lot of debate about the historical fabric. Yes, we have had conversations with the adjoining owners and have accommodated some of their requests to move some of the buildings, which is why Plot 5, the pig shed, is now a dwelling rather than being knocked down, because we've moved one of the, or decided that the cart lodge wasn't worth keeping. It was viable to keep, and I would have kept it initially because of the historic fabric of it and the setting of the listed building, but we decided that actually we'd comply with some of the requests from the neighbours, and so moved that unit over to the pig shed, which we felt was capable of being converted as well, although the majority, like you say, was actually new build because it was pretty ropey. The back bit is still brick and sort of okay. In terms of renewing the existing fabric, obviously all the existing heritage fabric, the timbers, everything else will all be retained, absolutely. That's the principle of our barn conversions. Any window installations will be done on the outside of the buildings, retaining all the historic fabric. Where there's timbers in the way, those timbers are usually left, and we put the insulation on the outside of the building, so all the timbers are kept nice and warm and dry on the inside of the building. There is a big debate about materials. Sheep's wool is all very well and good and wonderful and breathable, but sometimes not as efficient as a bit of Celotex. Celotex has come under scrutiny after Grenfell, so again, that's not entirely compatible either. So there is lots of debates about heating, energy, performance. There's always a compromise between the two. The preference would be to insulate as well as possibly you could, to then reduce the energy consumption in terms of the heating requirements. Unfortunately, the most highest performing energy insulants at the moment are petrochemicals and rather than natural materials. So there's always that compromise. At the moment, our barn conversions, generally speaking, are done with Celotex on the outside of the skin, with timber on the outside, but again, that's a debate I can have with the developer, should he want to go ahead with the scheme in the first place. So there is quite a lot of debate there. In terms of ecology, we've, I think, done quite a lot. We've spent over £50,000 worth of reports on ecology so far. We've still got another 3-4 months of BAT licences and newt surveys and newt licences to go, which are costing us 10 grand for the newt licence, and we have an open-ended book as far as the bats are concerned. Yep, sure. On the site, if you look at the site plan, we have done mitigation. We've done our bat boxes and that sort of thing. We've also constructed a specific bat building in 2 locations to cover. So again, we can. Again, we're not allowed into one of the buildings because of the bats. We can, if consent was granted and everything else, we can actually build our bat lofts prior to them being done. Thanks.
And so the ward member has left us, as you can see, but obviously his statement still stands. And now I will open up the item for debate. So would anyone like to start off? Or I shall pick on one of you. Councillor Moran. No, sorry. Morgan.
Hello. I'd just like to say that I think that now hearing that the fact that they were going to have planned to build a bat loft alternative before commencing other work is refreshing, and I think that should be taken note of because it's additional to, and it's very important to the ecology.
Anyone else like to voice their opinion? Councillor Hardingham?
I feel that we've reached the point where we can't add much to this application, and that well, if anybody's got anything, material to add, I'd be interested to hear it. But I'm in favour of going ahead, having granted permission for the first application. I won't make a proposal at this stage because I'd like to give other people the opportunity to speak.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak or make a proposal? Councillor Warboys?
I think this is a section where we need the further condition about the materials, but we've got a very willing developer with regarding to retention of materials where it's practical. It's not.
So that's a proposal?
That's a proposal.
And can I have a seconder? Councillor Penny?
Yeah, I'm quite happy to second, considering all that's been said and what we've discussed already.
Thank you, marvellous. Is there anyone else who would like to speak before we go to vote? Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you. It's unclear to me what the proposal actually is, because we've discussed adding the recommendations on page 141 only mention brickwork details to accord with the sample panel. Other details aren't. And earlier we were discussing all materials to be matched where possible. So I'm a little bit confused what we're actually proposing now.
Would you like to clarify?
Yeah, of course. So it's always a little bit confusing when we've got joint applications for planning permission and listed building consent before members. So yeah, on this one, the recommendation as it stands within the report is we'd be imposing a development to commence within 3 years of consent. We'd be setting out the approved plans and documents. We would be asking for additional detailed sections for the open barn. We'd be looking for additional structural service for all buildings to determine the extent of repair and replacement of historic fabric. We'd be looking for installation details for each barn to be agreed. We'd be looking for manufacturer's detail for new external materials. We'd be looking for all brickwork details to accord with the sample panel to be kept on site at all times as a reference. That would set out brick type, brick bond, mortar mix, joint profile, so we could have control of all of that. And then sectional and elevational drawings for all new fenestration and doors to be added to the barns to be agreed. And then arising from debate, we had the additional condition for the reuse and storage of reclaimed materials on site for reuse within the development as well.
Sorry, I left my speaker on. We haven't got a condition for like the roof tiles.
That would all be covered. That would all be covered in the new manufacturer's details. So any existing roof tiles within the site on the buildings that are being retained would be retained. Anything that was a close visual match for anything that had come down from the demolished areas of the building would be reused on the site in the appropriate location. And then any new materials brought onto site to cover any shortfalls or to deal with any, because as well, remember, on the buildings not scheduled for demolition, there may be damage to roof tiles, there may be roof tiles that are beyond repair. We'd be looking for a close visual match to the materials already on site to be coming forward, and we'll be looking to agree all of that in consultation with our heritage officers. So we would always be looking at making sure that the detail of the materials was sufficient for the protection afforded to those buildings.
Thank you.
Is everyone happy? So I shall ask the area managing planning manager to read out the proposal on the table before we go to vote.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Stan said that's approval as the recommendation, which is on page 141, and we've just got the one additional condition, which is the retention of materials on site and reuse where possible, so that secures that option for us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will now ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Chair. I've updated the vote so it includes the additional conditions as read out by the area planning manager, and that's now in progress. Thanks, Chair. That's 8 votes for, so that's unanimous.
Thank you very much. So item 8 on the agenda is site inspections.
There are no site inspections requested.
Thank you very much. So the next meeting of the Mid-Suffolk Planning Committee will be on Wednesday the 2nd of July at 9:30 in this council chamber. Thank you very much.